Grace Thornton. We are hopping on and starting some streaming coverage for you guys as we now have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for northwestern Travis County. The hail core at the moment with that is weakening, but this is a storm that has a history of producing hail around the Dripping Springs area that could have been larger than quarter size. In fact, let me punch up our radar image here, and I'm going to get the stream pulled up on my end just so that we can see everything. But that's a look at the warning, which again will go through 8:30 for northwestern Travis County. The main concern with this storm is going to be the hail potential. This does not include downtown Austin or the core of the Austin metro, but it does include, we'll put this into motion for you. It does include these areas. Getting in a little bit closer, this is going to include Steiner Ranch, Lakeway, Lost Creek, and the Oak Hill area. Here's what I mean, though. We'll track the hail potential back with it. Now our system is not even picking up on a hail core really at all with this system. Now when it moved through Dripping Springs, watch, here's the history. When it moved through Dripping Springs, it did have that potential for hail with it. Since then, though, the hail potential has really weakened. But we saw this many times back last week. We know how these can work. They pulse up, produce big hail, pulse down, but then they can pulse right back up again and start producing hail. We're also keeping an eye on all of our sky cams. Check this out. This is a live view from Round Rock, or Kalahari cam. I've had lots of folks sending me in pictures as well. This is a look to the northwest at a bigger line of storms, which is going to roll into our area later on this evening. So the storm that has popped up over Travis County, this is not the main event. This is a storm that has popped up ahead of the cold front. We're going to have more widespread storms that move in here later on this evening. And then one more sky cam to show you. Let me punch up our Oasis cam where we're actually going to have a view of this storm, which right now is around the Bee Cave area. So I'll pop that in right here. And here's a look from our Oasis cam where you can see that rain shaft off in the distance. That is, again, the storm that is around the Bee Cave area. That is the storm that has prompted our severe thunderstorm warning. But the hail core, at least what we've seen here in recent scans, has mainly come down in intensity. And by the way, we had a lot of pictures sent in from the Dripping Springs area of the hail there. So if you guys have any reports that you can pass along to us, we would really appreciate it. Get you back to the radar, and I'll show you kind of the big picture, and then we'll toss things over to meteorologist Grace Thornton, who will be watching things along with us as well. So here's the deal. Much more widespread storms just to our northwest. This line of storms, I'll put this into motion for you. This line is going to eventually push down into our area. So you can see Mason County, we also have a severe storm right now that has moved through. Hail is going to be the main concern with that one. Ongoing storms are about to move into northern Llano County, about to move into northern Burnett County. And then there's another severe storm north of Williamson County. That is a mean looking storm. If that one stays on track, that could head into Milam County here before too long. For those who missed it, Tornado Watch has been updated and expanded. It now includes the Austin area, Travis County, and then down to Blanco, Hayes, Bastrop, and Lee counties until 1 a.m. with the potential for a couple of tornadoes through this evening. Large hail potential is there, and gusty winds will also be a possibility. All right, we've got meteorologist Grace Thornton, who is on Max 2. We will punch that up for you. Grace, your mic is on. Let the folks know what you were seeing.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. So, yeah, kind of our main storm that we're watching is going to be that one that passed just over Dripping Springs a few minutes ago and is now continuing off to the north, heading towards that Hudson Bend and Bee Cave area. Just be aware that...
Hey, real quick, looks like they are going to cancel the severe thunderstorm warning for Travis here in a few moments.
Yep, so looking over at that National Weather Service chat, they are going to cancel that. So that should be going away in just a couple of seconds here, but we are watching some ongoing isolated storms just to the south of that, really just one storm really there down there towards San Marcos and over the Wimberley area. Let's kind of move our radar down to our southernmost radar if we can get kind of a better look at that and kind of see if maybe we can see potential for hail on there as well. Doesn't look like anything's really coming up hail wise, but if you are in the Wimberley area, you want to be making sure that you're just aware that, you know, things are going on, then they could be popping up kind of very isolated for the time being, but that round of rain that you're experiencing right now is also going to be apparent into the later hours of this evening. As Hunter was talking about, we still have that very long line of storms. You can see it extending. Let's zoom out here, extending all the way over from the Waco area. Still, they have had a lot of rain, some tornado warnings, and we're still continuing to see as that line kind of moves down into our area just above Burnett County and Llano County and continuing into Mason County, that that line of storms is probably going to cause some trouble for us here in Central Texas this evening. Not moving super fast. Let's try and get that loop going here. Not moving super fast, but as we saw on our tower cams a couple of minutes ago, we are starting to see lots of storm clouds move into the area. So while you're in really, a lot of the area looks mostly dry. Williamson County, Burnett, Blanco, Luling, or that's down there in Caldwell County, Bastrop County, and Fayette, as well as Lee. You guys are totally dry for the time being. However, we do have that tornado watch out that is extending much more south than it was earlier today. That was updated around 2 p.m. I believe. So let's kind of see what's going on here. That the severe thunderstorm warning, there we go, was canceled for the area of Bee Cave. It's kind of shifting off to the north of the Bee Cave area, but Steiner Ranch, Point Venture, let's move in just a little bit further right now and stop that loop from going. You can see River Hills, Lost Creek. You guys are also seeing some rain at the moment. Lakeway and Steiner Ranch, Austin Country Club could see some heavy downpours in the next few minutes as well as Hudson Bend. So if you're in those areas, just because this storm, that severe warning was dropped, you could still be seeing some heavy rain there, as well as some potential for lightning as well. Over towards the Austin Metro, just some light rain kind of moving over the area as we speak. Nothing to really note there, but yeah, Hunter, kind of just a prerequisite for what's to come this evening. Even if you're not seeing really much right now, it's really right on the cusp of Central Texas. So any updates on your end there?
Yeah, speaking of what we've seen so far, this was the picture that we had sent in from Leanne Iverson. Thank you, Leanne, for sending this in. From the hail in Dripping Springs, that could have been hail larger than perhaps quarter size, and that's the type of stuff that we'll be dealing with through the rest of this evening. Although that storm right now over Travis County has weakened, again, we're still going to have the potential for some more of this here in the near future, and we'll get to the timing here coming up in just a moment. But also wanted to show you, speaking of the hail, our hail outlook. This is, very similar to the systems that we had back last week. Get you back over here to Max 1. This is our hail outlook. We are once again in the hatched area, which means that the Storm Prediction Center sees potential for hail that could be upwards of quarter size. Again, could be ping pong ball size, maybe as large as baseball size. So that is going to be a concern of ours through this evening. We had the one storm pop up over Dripping Springs, but I think a good idea out ahead of these storms to go ahead and take your hail precautions ahead of this. So what we'll do here, we will run through our models here through the rest of this evening. And then, as long as we don't have warnings, now that the Travis County warning has expired, we'll get you to the radar loop. And then as this stuff here in the next 30 minutes to an hour moves into the hill country, likely prompting new warnings, we will hop back on here. But let's zoom in with the stuff that is closing in now on northern Llano and northern Burnett County. Here it is. There's a big hail core up in San Saba County. Hopefully that one stays north of here, although it may clip northern Burnett County. And remember, we do have this tornado watch, which goes until 1 a.m. for a good chunk of our KVUE area, including the Austin area. So here is the latest run of our high-res model. Let's see what it's saying as far as timing. Again, for the hill country in the northern I-35 corridor, we are now into the severe weather window. That mainly is going to be from now through about midnight. And then for the Austin area, we are watching 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. for the main severe weather window. Again, I know that's kind of a broad window just to allow a little bit of uncertainty here. This is going to be as the bigger line of storms moves in from the north. I think midnight or so, probably a good give or take an hour. Probably a good time frame where this big line of storms could be moving into the Austin metro, and then it will move down to the south. So by 2 a.m., 3 a.m., the leading edge is going to be moving into places like Luling, Fayette County, and it may actually end up being a little bit quicker than this based on what some of the other models are showing. And then behind that, the severe weather threat's going to gradually wind down. We could still have some lingering showers into Thursday morning, but then by Thursday afternoon, we will be back to drier weather. So that is the rundown for tonight. We've got a long night ahead of us, so again, I'm going to get you back to just the regular radar loop, but as this additional activity that is currently north and northwest of us starts to move in, we'll have more frequent updates right here on KVUE Plus, on our Facebook page, YouTube, all of our streaming platforms. We'll have no shortage of updates for you through the rest of this evening. For the time being, though, now that the Travis storm has weakened down, we'll sign off. We'll get you onto the radar loop, and we'll pop back on here in the next 20 minutes or so. All right, hello everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. We are hopping on KVUE Plus and all of our streaming platforms to bring you the latest on a new severe thunderstorm warning, which includes far northwestern Travis County. This also includes parts of western Williamson County, including the Leander area. This is a new warning that will go until 11:30. This storm is capable of hail up to quarter size. It is also capable of some gusty winds. In fact, I'll punch up the latest from the National Weather Service. They're saying the exact same thing, located along a line extended from near Liberty Hill to Spicewood, moving south at 10 miles per hour. Hazards are 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail with this storm. I'll put it into motion for you so you can see the way that this is developing. This really just over the past 10 to 15 minutes has started to strengthen and intensify and become severe. And again, next up, places like Spicewood and Leander, this is going to be moving into your area. Now, outside of that, we also have a strong storm over Gillespie County. In fact, it's a severe storm, which is over far northern Gillespie County. That one has had a really sizable hail core to it, so let's actually focus in on that storm next before we get to the sky cam. We're actually going to have a really good vantage point from our Oasis cam of the severe storm out near Spicewood. Here is the situation for northern Gillespie County. This warning does not include Fredericksburg, but this big hail-producing storm also could have some gusty winds here. This is going to cross over the 87 corridor. Let's see what the hail core is looking like. Yep, that could still be quarter size plus. And it's actually a little farther north, even into far southern Mason County. This one, based on the current trajectory, if it holds together, again, as we've been talking about, these things will pulse up and down. This could track towards the Enchanted Rock area here before too long, so we'll be keeping a very close eye on that one. Let me take you to our Skycam network. Here is our Kalahari cam, where we've been watching lots of lightning from off in the distance, scattered storms over Williamson County. And then this is our Oasis cam, which is pointed back towards the Spicewood area. And that one's a little fuzzy. Obviously, it's dark now, but you can see lots of lightning. This, again, is a vantage point looking towards the severe storm that has developed over northwest Travis County. So this will be the deal. This actually is relatively on with some of the new model runs that we've looked at, where this new activity over northwest Travis will develop, move down to the southeast. And here in the next hour, hour and a half, probably by midnight, I do think we'll get some of this activity farther south into a larger portion of the Austin metro. I'm going to punch up the triple box here. That way we can keep a look from our Oasis cam. We have our sky cam up there where you're just going to see all of the lightning that's moving in. Let's see. New update from the National Weather Service. Let's see. A minute ago they said replace the Gillespie County severe warning with a strong storm advisory. So the Gillespie County storm now weakening. That warning will drop off, but we will continue with the warning for northwestern Travis County. They're saying any large hail in the currently warned storm would be in far northwest Travis at this time. So let's hop in with our hail tracker there, and yep, that is an intensifying hail core that we want to get zoomed in on. So here's the latest look at that. Now some hail stretching up to the Liberty Hill area. If you guys have any reports that you can safely send in to us, we would really appreciate that. We have our Facebook chat and all of that pulled up here, so any of that information would be great if you could pass it along as we continue to watch our National Weather Service chat as well. So from Liberty Hill down into far northwest Travis, this is a very rural part of northwest Travis where the hail is right now. Some roads where this could pass closer to if it holds together. Over here, we're going to zoom in a little bit more until our roads pop up. There it is. This is close to the Round Mountain Baptist Church where this hail core is going to be moving in shortly. Let's see what the motion is on this storm from the National Weather Service. I want to punch that up. They're saying moving south at 10 miles per hour. So it's got kind of a slow, at least southward progression to its motion. Let's do a storm track on that with this southward motion. Draw it out about like that. Southwest at 10. So here is a look at the general storm track that we're watching on this one. Leander, we're looking at 10:48, so here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Laga Vista, 10:53. Briarcliff, 10:57. Hamilton Pool, 11:02. 11:04 for Hudson Bend. Again, this is a storm that has a history of hail up to quarter size and could have some gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour. We also have meteorologist Grace Thornton in here with us. Grace, I'll punch up Max 2 for you, and you can walk folks through what you're seeing with this storm.
Yeah, so I pulled up our kind of synoptic map here so we can see where the cold front is in relation to these storms out here, because that's what we're going to start to see is that cold front. You see that big L out there towards Llano and Mason County, and the cold front behind that, that is what is going to start shifting east here over the next couple of hours, bringing us the potential for those strong storms as we're already seeing, and also brought us those very strong storms to the north and east of our area a little bit earlier on today. You can still see up there towards Milam County and north of that, and back there now towards Round Rock and heading towards Georgetown, what we're dealing with at the moment. So honestly, you guys have probably kind of noted that much of the afternoon and evening has been pretty dry out there. We did, get a severe warned storm out there in Dripping Springs, which gave a few neighborhoods a good amount of golf ball sized hail. However, kind of dried out after that, and now we're seeing more active weather as we head into these kind of later hours of tonight. So as Hunter was saying, here is our severe thunderstorm warning, and that is going to continue on tonight until 11:30 p.m. We're going to kind of look at this storm timing for the next couple of hours here. Before we were kind of saying, obviously, that severe thunderstorm or the thunderstorm watch is going to go until 1 a.m. We could even see, some of that moisture kind of just heading east, and maybe some lingering showers behind that front as we head into kind of the later hours of tonight. Say, after that 1 a.m. mark, we could even still be tracking some things as we head towards 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. tonight as we extend into our Thursday morning. Yep, forgot what day it was for sure. So what we're still tracking, as you can see out there in Fredericksburg, or to the north of Fredericksburg, we were kind of watching that storm. Still severe warned. I believe they are going to try and drop that, but still kind of highlighting it as a strong storm out there. So if you are kind of near that Enchanted Rock area to the north of Fredericksburg, I believe that's Highway 16 over towards Eckert, you are about to see some of that much wetter weather that we've been talking about and kind of teasing all night long. Up towards Georgetown and Round Rock, honestly, some very widespread activity throughout Williamson County as we're kind of looking towards that strong storm that we're highlighting right now, the severe warned storm that's pushing just into northwest Travis County as we speak. That is what probably most people in the Austin area are going to be noting over the next couple hours. It's kind of going to be likely the strongest we've seen really in most of this evening, despite some isolated stuff that we saw around 8 p.m. tonight. So not too much of an update. We're going to continue to see, that line of storms push to the south as we head into the next couple of hours. Tons of lightning though. Please send us your lightning videos and pictures. We'd love to see that, as well as if you're noting any hail out there. I kind of want to go back to our palette here, see if we can get a hail core signature on there. And it looks like it's pretty much along the entire line there. We have, let's pause this real quick. Let's see what we could get. 1 inch in diameter expected, and a little bit less than that as you head down towards the Spicewood area. But up towards Liberty Hill, you could be seeing some large hail there. Let's go back to our palettes and kind of switch that off. Shifting down into Laga Vista, Leander, the Lakeline Mall, Steiner Ranch, Lakeway, and the Domain. Also, Georgetown, already seeing some heavy rain there. But if you're in Laga Vista, Leander, Steiner Ranch, Lakeway, even extending down towards Bee Cave, you guys could be seeing some heavy rain and potentially some stormy weather in the next hour or so here. I don't believe, checking in on the National Weather Service chat, if they're going to extend this severe thunderstorm warning. They expired the one in Gillespie, but I believe they're going to keep this current one going that we're watching in Travis County. Keep that going, or potentially extend it a little bit later on. You got anything, Hunter?
Yeah, so I'll get you back over to the triple box here, and we just republished our Facebook stream, so we should have some more folks who are tuning in here, and we are keeping a close eye on any of your comments. So if you are in Northwest Travis or if you are in Western Williamson County and you have any reports that you can safely pass along to us, it would be really helpful. We had lots of pictures of that hail earlier in Dripping Springs. But now, as Grace was saying, the Gillespie County storm no longer severe warned, but we do have a severe warned storm over Northwest Travis and Western Williamson County. This warning is for hail up to quarter size and for gusty winds that could be as high as 50 to 60 miles per hour in spots. So if you live in Leander, this is heading towards you. If you live in Laga Vista, this is heading towards you as well. It is moving pretty slowly. The southward progression is only about 10 miles per hour. So I'll draw another storm track for you guys. And these are some of the approximate timings as far as when certain areas could be impacted by this. And again, in the top right corner of your screen, you have a vantage point from our Oasis cam, which is on Lake Travis, and we are looking back across the lake to the west towards this. So we're looking kind of towards the Spicewood area, looking towards Laga Vista, and you're going to be able to see all that lightning off in the distance. But approximate timing, Leander moving in here just in a matter of minutes. Laga Vista, we're looking at about 10:53 or so as this storm is moving in. I see Sylvia here who is saying getting a little bit of hail in Liberty Hill right now. Hopefully that stays small, but again, this could be quarter-size hail in some pockets. Briarcliff, we're looking at about 10:59. Cedar Park, it's going to be around 11 o'clock or so as this severe storm moves in. 11:04 for Hamilton Pool, 11:07 for the Lakeline Mall, Lakeway around 11:08, and Marshall Ford around 11:11 p.m. Karen tuning in from Northeast Austin. Yeah, Jenny, we've had the stream going through much of this evening. Thought we would reboot it here now that we have the new warning. Here's a new note from the National Weather Service. They're saying stronger updraft developing just outside the warning in northwest Blanco County. Okay, so let's back out the view a little bit just to show you what exactly they're talking about. We'll kind of back out to the whole DMA view. There's a lot of clutter on here. So where you're seeing the light green, that is not rain, that is just ground clutter. I'm actually going to switch back to this version of our radar. That's going to be a little bit cleaner. So they're watching now over northwest Blanco County, or northeast Blanco County, where some new updrafts are developing. That's going to be this kind of tail end of the system down in this area. So we'll be watching some of this activity north of Johnson City on the tail end of the severe warning, see if that could bubble up and become something more widespread over northern Blanco County. Now, for the rest of the Austin Metro right now, we had some folks tuning in from northeast Austin. This has not reached this area yet, but let me show you something. I'll pause it right here. You see that little line that is coming down, the green line, which is coming down from the north? That is what we call an outflow boundary. So that line is doing something about like this. And we call it a gust front also. So a little push of wind that's coming out from those storms to the north. And as that expands southward, it's dragging the rain and storm south with it as well. So here over the next 30 minutes to an hour, we'll see if some of this could generate into new storm activity, or if some of the existing storms over northwest Travis could expand southward. So by the time we get into midnight, I think more central portions of the Austin Metro could be getting in on some of the stormy weather. Another note I wanted to pass along, this is our new Severe Thunderstorm Watch. Earlier we had a tornado watch that went until 1 a.m. What the National Weather Service did is they replaced it with a Severe Thunderstorm Watch. The tornado risk, I don't want to say it's completely zero, but it looks very, very low through the rest of tonight. Large hail and gusty winds have taken over as the bigger threats. Here is a note also from the National Weather Service chat, 2.7 inch per hour rain rate and pea-size hail, Williams Drive and Woodland Park in Georgetown near Fire Station 6. That is the other threat, where there could be some minor localized flash flooding with these storms, as they are producing some very heavy rain, and this new stuff that is developed is pretty slow moving as well. Keeping an eye on the Facebook chat, folks are asking, what about the hail cores? Let's get into those. We'll get back to our hail tracker and we'll see where the hail is picking up on. Yeah, so good catch there from the National Weather Service. I think they're exactly right. Earlier, we were watching that hail core that was up north of Laga Vista in this zone. That one, and that's the hail core that produced some hail up around the Liberty Hill area. In fact, here's a new report coming in from Liberty Hill. Public report, hail up to quarter size. That was at 10:43, so that was about 10 minutes ago. But the new hail core that is becoming a little bit more dominant, it looks like, is this one, which is about to move over the Spicewood area. So I do want to give you a heads up if you live in Spicewood. You're kind of on the tail end of the severe warning, but this is a new hail core that is now intensifying, and this could produce some hail quarter size plus as well, even though technically the area where the new hail core is developing is actually just outside of the warning, but that's where the new stronger updraft has developed with some hail near the Spicewood area. Also, just to check in on our Gillespie County friends, this storm is no longer severe. There is some small hail just south of the Enchanted Rock area that we will keep a close eye on. So just the one warning right now, which is Northwest Travis and Williamson County. Had a report of some small hail perhaps in the Georgetown area, but Georgetown is actually just outside of the warning area. Let's go into our hail history. So this is the hail history over the past 2 hours. And what I'll do is I'll punch up the hail reports as they are populating some of these. So these are the 2 hail reports that came in from earlier. Both were around the Liberty Hill area, where there could have been hail up to quarter size earlier. I do think that the hail core in that area has weakened though. So here are those 2 reports. Both of these are 1 inch in diameter, so 1 inch in diameter, that would be quarter size hail right now around the Liberty Hill area. But as you look at the current hail tracker, again, this was the history over the past 2 hours. As we move into the current hail tracker, it is looking much smaller as that hail core has weakened. So that would be less than quarter size, maybe penny size hail or so over far northwest Travis County. To get in zoomed in on that one again, these are some of the areas that are experiencing fairly small hail at the moment. The Round Mountain Baptist Church, still one of those spots. That's going to be Nameless Road in northwest Travis County and Ranch Road 2243 in that area. And then as you cross into Williamson County, this is going to get closer to Liberty Chapel, the Seward Junction Loop, Bill Burton Elementary School, and into the 183 corridor there over far western Travis County. That is the old hail core. This is the new hail core that is going up near Spicewood. Areas that are being impacted by this include the Highway 71 Church, County Road 413, Spicewood proper, and then heading out County Road 404. Again, all of these areas around Spicewood being impacted by this new hail core, which is going up. The other aspect of this, there could be some gusty winds in here. I'll take a look at some of the wind speeds and we'll try and queue up some of those radar estimates in here. 37, 32. So I don't see any sort of significant wind in here, but there could be some 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gust in pockets with this storm. Okay, let's do a little Skycam tour for you. This again is our Oasis cam, where off in the distance you are looking into that severe warned storm. Roel is asking, any hail in the North Austin domain area? Not right now. That could change as these storms sag southward, but at the moment I'm not tracking any hail for the domain or that portion of North Austin. Let's see. Is there a chance any of these storms will weaken? It is possible. Yeah, the idea is that as we get further into tonight, and again, just to kind of show you around, this is our Round Rock camera where we do have some rain that's moving in on the north side of Round Rock. As these move southward and as we get further into the overnight, theoretically the instability should be a little bit lower. And we've already seen a little bit of a weakening trend in that we're not really concerned about tornadoes anymore. But even for areas, Austin, points south and southeast, we still can't rule out some strong to severe storms with pockets of hail in there, as well as pockets of gusty winds. But again, the tornado watch has been canceled, so the tornado threat is looking lower. Just kind of panning around there on our Kalahari cam, showing you the scene in Round Rock as well. Grace, you seen anything over there on your end?
Yeah, a lot of people are talking about the Round Rock area as well as Cedar Park. They kind of want to know what's going on over that way.
Hey Grace, let's switch spots real quick. I'm going to use Max 2 for this quick TV cut, and you can come over here to Max 1.
Sure thing. Yeah, so people have been asking about Cedar Park, that kind of area, Round Rock, over towards Lakeline, kind of what they are going to be seeing over the next couple of minutes here. I also did note that someone asked about, should we put the cars in the garage right now over towards, I believe it was Liberty Hill, and that's where we did get some, of those significant hail reports. So I would say if you're underneath Liberty Hill or in Liberty Hill right this moment, you guys are still underneath that very, very heavy rainfall, as well as a lot of lightning. I don't really think if you didn't put your car in the garage a little bit earlier, I think right now would not really be the right time to do that. Because I'm still seeing some very heavy rainfall over towards the Liberty Hill area. I did get a little bit of an update from the National Weather Service. They're going to continue this severe thunderstorm warning. It's still going until 11:30. However, they haven't really changed up the polygon very much since this storm is moving pretty slow. They're still, I'm not sure if they're going to completely extend that or not. But over towards the Round Rock area, you guys aren't in the severe thunderstorm warning, as well as towards Lakeline. And I know people were talking about Cedar Park as well. You guys technically are not within this severe thunderstorm warning. However, they could extend that polygon a little bit further to the south and east. And in that case, you would be included. But for right now, you guys are okay. However, there is some kind of scattered rain up towards Georgetown, extending all the way down to Round Rock. So if you are in that area of Cedar Park, extending, between Leander, Round Rock, Cedar Park, that kind of area, you may still be seeing some heavy rainfall out there. However, you guys are not really included in that severe risk at the current moment. Spanning out a little bit, you can see out there towards Fredericksburg, we're still seeing a pretty strong storm there. However, that severe warning has expired for that area, but still a lot of lightning, strong storm out there, significant rainfall rates as well, up to about 2 inches per hour we've seen today, and even over that 2.7 inches per hour. That is quite hefty. So Laga Vista, Leander, down towards Lakeway and Steiner Ranch, you guys are still
we're gonna hop on TV here in like 30 seconds.
Okay.
Can you press the PCR button on that board over there?
Yeah.
Time is now 11 o'clock. I want to give you a quick severe weather update. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. We have a new severe thunderstorm that has popped up over northwest Travis County and western Williamson County. This is impacting Leander right now down to Spicewood. This warning will take us through 11:30, where there could be some pockets of hail up to quarter size. There could be gusty winds, maybe 50 miles per hour or higher. And then also in this green box here, a flood advisory has just been issued for the same area, where we can't rule out some minor flooding. Earlier, we had some hail reports near the Liberty Hill area. That hail core has weakened, but I am watching a new hail core which is developed just south of Spicewood. This is quarter size at the moment, but this new updraft is actually intensifying a little bit. So I do want to give you a heads up. This is moving south at about 10 miles per hour, but also a little bit of an eastward component here. If you live near Briarcliff, make sure you are taking your severe weather precautions right now, as that hail core could track towards you. Also, Laga Vista getting in on some of the heavy rain right now. So we have the threat for large hail, which continues through this evening. We also have a flood advisory that's been issued for the same area, western Williamson, northwest Travis, where you can see that these radar estimated totals, especially northwest Travis into southwest Williamson, these are already 1 to 2 inches, and another 1 to 3 inches will be possible with these really heavy rainfall rates. So as of now, some minor flooding will be possible, but we can't rule out some localized flash flooding through the rest of this evening. Here's the bigger picture perspective. You can see that all of the activity right now is really Williamson County, Georgetown, and then back into northwest Travis. We have a little boundary moving down into the metro though, and this could help to ease some of this activity farther southward. So as we go over the next hour or so, we could see this sag into a more central part of the Austin metro area, and all of this activity will move southward through the rest of tonight. The tornado watch from earlier has been canceled. We now have a severe thunderstorm watch, which includes Travis County and a good chunk of our KVUE area. This goes until 1 a.m. The tornado risk, again, I don't want to say zero, but is very low now. But large hail and gusty winds, as we've seen with some of the existing storms, that is still going to be something that we'll track for you through the rest of this evening. Real quickly, before we let you go, we'll get you back to Jimmy Kimmel. here is our model and what it is projecting through the rest of this evening. Again, by midnight, Austin Metro, areas east of the I-35 corridor, I think we'll get some stormy weather coming in from the north. And then by the time we get into 2 a.m., now we're watching parts of Hayes County, Caldwell County, southern Bastrop County, and Fayette County. And by 3 or 4 a.m., the leading edge is likely through our area. We should be dry by early tomorrow morning, and then we'll actually go back to sunshine by tomorrow afternoon. But again, just over the next couple of hours, a severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m. Can't rule out some pockets of gusty winds and hail, and also the minor threat for some localized flooding. Meteorologist Grace Thornton and I are live right now on KVUE Plus. You can join us there. Okay.
Check 1, 2. Believe we're back up. My mic is back on. Yep, here we go. All right, so I've been seeing on Facebook some people commenting about potential rotation that they're seeing, but that is simply not true. We are probably, if you're talking about the storm, that's what we're highlighting for the past couple of minutes here, over towards northwest Travis County and extending into Williamson County there. That's going to be straight line winds and also straight line gusts associated with that line of storms. You can see over here as we kind of zoom in over there. There is a good amount of gusts extending all the way from Leander to Laga Vista. You can see that on our velocity right here. However, you know, if you were going to see a couplet, you'd be able to see it in, you know, different stretches of these parameters we have here. We're just not really seeing that right now. And also the tornado threat for tonight is extremely, extremely low. And we've even been noting it weaken as we've headed through this afternoon here and through the evening as well. So let's switch back on to our radar here. Kind of zoom out a little bit. You can see that most of this storm, well, the majority of this storm is right in the middle, smack dab in the middle of that severe thunderstorm warning here. So this is over Leander and even affecting places down towards, if you're in Hamilton Pool, probably expect some very heavy rain in the next couple of minutes here. This is still moving south at about 10 miles per hour. So let's see. You know, we've kind of gone onward a couple minutes here, so let's see exactly what we are gonna, we're gonna redraw that line. We don't like that one that much. We'll go back to our radar and let's start to draw that line out a little bit. Here we go. So that's only moving to the south 10 miles per hour, moving very, very slow, which also increases the chance for that flash flooding as well. You know, the longer and the heavier the rain is in a certain area at a certain time, you know, when they move through very quickly, don't cause as much of a flood threat. But because this one is moving very, very slow, we do have more of a flood threat with this line of storms. And it's very large and very widespread, even spreading all the way up towards areas of, I believe that's Sun City as well. So areas like Point Venture, Hamilton Pool, Laga Vista, Walkerton, you guys are gonna want to be indoors, continuing to practice those safe protocols for the next couple of minutes here. This, I believe, is still going until 10:30 or 11:30 this evening, so we still have, you know, another half an hour or so that you want to be practicing all that safe protocol and staying inside, things like that. If you're trying to, you know, save your car, you know, rush it into the garage, I wouldn't recommend doing that right at this moment, unless you are kind of in those very dry areas right out in front of the storm right now. So if you're in Point Venture, you're still dry for the moment. Bee Cave still dry for the moment. The Domain probably seeing a couple instances of some heavier rain there, a little bit down towards Bee Cave, maybe a sprinkle or two, but I'm not seeing any, you do see that green on there, but that's just kind of some backscatter on the radar. I believe it's pretty dry over in those areas, but starting to fill in here as we get into the later hours of tonight and extending into our Thursday here. So let's take off our...
Just a quick update too, Grace. The National Weather Service has trimmed Williamson County out of this warning, so the new warning is going to be just for Burnett and Travis counties until 11:30. So still lots of heavy rain, and there is the threat for some minor flooding over Williamson County but they have trimmed Williamson County out of the severe thunderstorm warning for now. Again, still heavy rain, but really the main hail core that we're seeing is what passed close to Spicewood, and where you see these whites and dark reds. This is going to be near the Palmer Lakeside at Barton Creek, the Spicewood area. We are looking at Lake Cliff on Lake Travis, the Gulf area there, Marina Shores. These areas all close to a hail core, and the latest hail size again could still be quarter size, if not larger. In fact, let me see what the latest hail size they were tracking in the chat was. They're still saying 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So that's the potential there out around the Austin Golf Club. Next up, this is going to be heading close to Briar Cliff. So again, heads up in Briar Cliff. Like what Grace was saying, look, if you're in this warning right now, we've already got heavy rain and stuff. I don't know that I want folks just popping out into the rain and maybe hail's already falling and trying to deal with things. But if you live outside of this warning, if you live in more central portions of Austin or southern Travis County, eventually I do think some of these storms could expand southward. So make sure if you're out ahead of this and you're not in the warning, probably a good idea, if you got a garage or a carport or someplace where you can protect your car, probably a good idea to go ahead and get that taken care of as we continue to see these storms. Hey, let me take you to our Kalahari cam. We are seeing some lightning off in the distance there. We have rain, Round Rock, and then especially up I-35 into Georgetown. But again, just a reminder that the Williamson portion of the severe warning earlier, that has been allowed to expire here. What I want to do real quick is take you through the latest run of our model as far as what the rest of the evening could hold. As we go through this, is the radar going to look exactly like this? No, it is not. I'm going to actually punch the, let's see, we're going to punch back up the Skycam so everybody can see that. There we go. Again, radar's not going to look exactly like this, but as we get closer to midnight and beyond into 12:30, the downtown Austin, parts of South Travis, parts of Eastern Travis, into northern Bastrop County, into northern Lee County, I think could start to get in on some of this action. And then that leading edge is going to continue to move down to the south. So by 2 or 3 a.m., it could be Hayes County, it could be northern Caldwell, central and southern Bastrop County, and then into parts of Lee and Fayette counties. By 4 a.m. and beyond, I think the leading edge is through. By 7 a.m., we should be back to primarily dry weather. But until then, we will have to keep a close eye on any of these developing storms. In fact, look at this new stuff going up over Gillespie County. This will certainly be something to keep a close eye on for more hail and more gusty wind potential. This is out around the Stonewall area. So Stonewall, heads up, you do have a strong storm heading towards you. And then this is going to be north of Stonewall, east of Eckert, where we've got a new hail core that is developing. And this is going to push eastward into Blanco County. So if you live in Sandy, if you live in Johnson City, if you live in High, eventually this could, if it holds together and maybe it even intensifies, this could be moving into your area. And what's interesting, the models have not had a great grasp on this at all through this evening. What's interesting though is if this more southern portion of the activity back here continues to fill in, well then that's going to favor higher rain chances for Blanco County and Hayes County rather than just areas along and east of I-35. So it is still a long night. We are warm and humid still as we have this boundary coming through. So I know many areas have not seen rain or storms yet, but we still have more that are developing and they are pushing southward and they are pushing eastward as we track them right now. Grace?
Yep, so I'm getting a couple questions here on Facebook about the area of Leander, because you guys actually have been trimmed out of the severe thunderstorm warning. However, let's zoom in on Leander here. You're still seeing that you guys are within that area that is just plummeting rain. Also, lots of lightning being reported back and the potential for that hail. Let's turn on that hail core. Doesn't look like there's any hail in Leander at the moment. Let's zoom out and see where exactly. Looks like the hail core is much more to the south over towards that Hamilton Pool area. So if you're in Leander, You're mainly in the clear from that very severe weather, but you're still going to be noting those heavy downpours for a while now, and also there's some lightning out, so not completely in the clear, but trimmed from that severe issue right now. So for Leander, that's kind of your update there. Let's zoom in, or let's go back to just our regular radar here. Ooh, you can see a lot of rain coming down towards the south end of that line there. So Briar Cliff, you guys are right on the edge of this severe warning for this severe thunderstorm. Dry for really just the moment, but as we head into the next couple of minutes here, you guys are going to be seeing some of that very, very heavy rainfall, potentially some hail as well, because the hail core is kind of towards that Briar Cliff area. Let's zoom out and see exactly if we can get some more of these town names to populate here. So this is off of Highway 71, the Austin Golf Club. I believe that is Paleface Ranch Road as well. If you're on that road, definitely probably seeing some hail out there or feeling that hail on your rooftop. Extending just to the south and east a little bit over towards Lakeway, Hamilton Pool, Bee Cave, Steiner Ranch, those areas, even over towards the Lakeline Mall. Not seeing a ton of activity. Really, most of that activity that we are noting for this evening is going to be right there over Laga Vista and extending down towards the south and west there, and then even more westward over towards the Fredericksburg area, really exiting now that east portion of Gillespie County and now starting to head into northern Blanco County over towards Sandy, Johnson City, maybe seeing some rainfall in the next hour or so here because these storms are moving fairly slow. Let's see if we can get an update on the accumulations from this rainfall. See if we can see anything notable from this line. It looks like we have picked up quite a bit over there. Let's see what we can get with our query here. So almost 2 inches of rainfall down to the south and west of Leander there. Liberty Hill, looks like you guys got about 1.5 inches or so in between Liberty Hill and Sun City there. Let's try to zoom out as well and see if we got anything over towards the southern edge. Down towards Spicewood, probably about 1 inch of rainfall as well. As we continue into the next couple of hours here, you know, this is a very slow moving line of storms here, so it is going to move very slowly, and that gives us kind of an increased risk for some of that flash flooding out there, especially towards kind of our western, it's mainly our southwestern area that we need to kind of take note of very, very heavy rainfall, because that's the area that is in a more severe drought than the eastern side of central Texas. Now we've really eased up on the drought over towards the eastern side, but the western side definitely still struggling with very dry conditions. So as we're zooming things out a little bit, most of the map really hasn't changed too much. You can kind of see out there towards Fredericksburg and even west of that those storms are trying to catch up to that line. And a lot of the high-res models were showing this a little bit ago. They kind of had like a big conglomerate of storms coming out of the south and west and kind of catching up to the line. So I believe that is gonna attempt to happen as we head overnight here into the much later hours of Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Really what we're going to be mainly tracking is just the slowness of this storm, moving very slow. That means it's going to affect people for longer. You know, usually these storms kind of move through very, very quickly. You don't even notice them for that long. However, it does look like these are moving pretty slow and producing that large hail too. Let's check in on that hail core over to the south of Spicewood, south and east of Spicewood. Now it has kind of lingered on. If you're in Briarcliff, I know I was talking about that earlier, and neighborhoods around Briarcliff, you're probably starting to feel that gust incoming from this storm, and you will be definitely feeling that very heavy rainfall in the next few minutes or so. Hunter, do you have any updates over on your end of things?
Yes, just making sure my microphone is pulled up here. So here's a look at that hail core. And as you look at this, I'm keeping an eye on some of the LCRA Hydromet information. Have a rainfall report near Round Mountain. So this is about 5 miles west of Leander. They have now 0.99 inches of rain in the gauge there. We have some radar estimates that are higher than that. I also have 0.85 inches of rain on the east side of Marble Falls over northwest Travis. And then I have Cow Creek near Laga Vista, 0.59 inches of rain. All of that to point out that, again, we do have that flood advisory for the minor flooding potential that does include northwest Travis and western Williamson County. So we're going to increasingly watch that as the hail core for the time being weakening a little bit, but that heavy rain certainly is still falling. So, okay, good news there. Okay, let's see. Let me punch in on this. So the severe thunderstorm warning for Burnett and Travis, the one that you are looking at right now, is about to cancel. Good news, as the hail core there has weakened. So once we get that severe thunderstorm warning off the board, then it's going to be more so about watching the rain and that flood advisory. So we'll stay with you until this pops off or loads off of our system. But this, hey, it would not surprise me if we drop this Travis warning and then we pick up a new warning for Blanco County, as this is some pretty gusty wind that is heading into Johnson City, and also some hail that's going to cross. It's north of Stonewall now. It's going to cross over the line. This is right over the Pedernales River, and that's going to head towards Johnson City, it looks like. So that hail core, as you can see, is in the process of ramping up a little bit. And then we also need to keep an eye on the winds in here. Yeah, I'm going to circle these for you. We're a ways away from the radar, so this is going to be kind of elevated up in the storm. But the way this works, again, I'm not worried about a tornado threat here, guys, to be clear, but there could be some gusty straight line winds in here. Yeah, that's a 50 mile per hour, 49 miles per hour, 49 miles per hour. So that could be 50 plus mile per hour winds right now that are crossing from eastern Gillespie County near Stonewall into Blanco County, and this is going to be moving into the Johnson City area. These are the spots that are going to be next up. And also another little gust front here, the leading edge of this wind, which we'll circle for you or we'll highlight for you right in here. Move through the high area. It's passing right along 290. This gust front's going to blow into Johnson City, so the wind is going to kick up there here in just a couple of minutes. This storm, again, at the moment is under severe limits, but I would say this is probably one that the National Weather Service is watching closely, as they are now in the process of, there we go. So our warning for northwest Travis has dropped off. Now what we'll be able to see, though, is our flood advisory, which includes these areas. Let me punch up the text here for the flood advisory. So here are the details from that one. Remember, a flood advisory, this is the step below a flash flood warning. So this is for minor flooding. They're saying impacts, and this goes until 2 a.m. Minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas. At 10:58, Doppler radar indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. This will cause urban and small stream flooding. Up to 2 inches of rain have already fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of up to 2 inches are expected over this area. The additional rain will result in minor flooding. Some locations that will experience flooding include Round Rock, Cedar Park, Georgetown, Serenata, Leander, Laga Vista, Liberty Hill, Jarrell, Florence, Andis, Georgetown, Sun City, Smithwick, Spicewood, Jonestown, Seward Junction, and Theon. All of these areas that range from southern Burnett County into northwest Travis into western Williamson County. We could have some minor flooding in these areas. With that being said, we will get into our radar estimated accumulations here. Yeah, look at those totals already out around the Leander area, especially between Leander and Liberty Hill. Estimating 2.2 inches of rain there, 1.5. There you go, just on the southeast side of Liberty Hill, 1.6 inches. And again, what you're looking at in the left-hand side of your screen, that is our Round Rock cam at the Kalahari Resort, where we no longer have a severe warning in effect, but these are storms that are certainly still producing lots and lots of lightning. With that being said, we will back out the radar view, and then I want to do a couple of lightning scans for you guys. And I know you're seeing that there's a ton of ground clutter here. At nighttime, you get the radar beam that bends a little bit back towards the ground. So not all of the green that you're seeing is rain, but where you see the yellows and the reds, that is rain for sure. So as far as lightning strikes, here is what I'm tracking for you as far as the numbers. So here over Williamson and northern Travis, we have 156 lightning strikes right now that are being detected. Remember last week we had like 700. I believe this is the 30-minute average, but we had like 700 last week. So it's not as much lightning as that, but certainly still Some pretty electric storms right now that are over northern Travis and Williamson County. Then let's check in on our Gillespie County storm. We will see our Gillespie now into Blanco County storm, how much lightning this one is producing. This one looking a little bit more electric, so we'll get this part that's down in southern Gillespie too. This one has 215 lightning strikes over the past 30 minutes that they are detecting. No further notes from the National Weather Service, so this one for the time being is still under severe limits, but that's still a pretty strong thunderstorm. Again, when you see those darker reds and the whites on our radar system, that is where the radar system is picking up on the potential for very heavy rain as well as some hail. Going to pull up the Facebook chat here and see if we have any questions. Lindsay says just started pouring rain in Round Rock. Bradley, what was the lightning strike count for these storms? Yeah, it just showed you. So the one over Williamson County Williamson and northern Travis is up close to 200. How about Pflugerville and the chance for hail? The good news for the metros, the hail threat there has diminished. There could be some small hail here from Stonewall into Round Mountain into Blanco County. There's a small hail core up here between Spicewood and Laga Vista. But for the Pflugerville area, none of this heavy rain is really producing hail, at least not any sizable hail around the Pflugerville area. But this heavy rain is going to be sagging south into a larger portion of the metro if this stuff is able to hold together here over the next 30 minutes to an hour. So again, I think by the time we get into midnight, we're going to have a little bit more widespread rain across the metro as this activity sags southward. Here is our Severe Thunderstorm Watch, which goes until 1 a.m. Remember, our tornado watch was replaced, so the tornado threat has really decreased here, but we still could have pockets of large hail and gusty winds, but at least we're not worried about the tornado threat as much through tonight. Here's the latest run of our high-res model. Let's see how it's initialized. It's doing okay. And it's showing that, again, this activity gradually sags southward. Lisa says, is the storm moving down or sideways? That's a good question. So the storms do have kind of that northeastward or sideways component of motion to them, but the boundary is moving southward. So while the rain itself in parts might be moving northeastward, the storms will expand southward, and this model is going to show that. So here we go to 2 a.m. where southern Travis into parts of Hayes County, and then especially for areas east of I-35. Although I think what this model is not picking up on is where we do have that ongoing activity back in this area. So I know the model's not showing that much in that area, but there certainly could be more rain than what is modeled for those areas just based on what we're seeing that is already developed. Then 3 a.m. into 4 a.m. I think by 4 a.m. the leading edge is through, and that's going to start to really diminish our severe threat. And by tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., when most of us are heading out the door, should be quiet, and then we will gradually clear to sunshine by tomorrow afternoon. But before we get back to our ongoing storms, this is our storm outlook for Friday. Yes, I know it has been a very busy week, but we have another cold front coming in Friday evening, and yes, that could bring more rain and storms. This is what our graph model has to say about that round, which again is going to be the late afternoon evening. Here's 5 o'clock, cold front coming in. Boom, it's got storms kind of blowing up right over the I-35 corridor. This is 6:30 Friday. This timing is actually trended a little bit earlier, but you can see that's going to be a gusty wind threat, maybe some hail, and maybe even a spin-up tornado threat. 8 p.m. Friday. And then by Saturday morning, that's out, and the rest of the weekend is going to be quieter. On the topic of our flood concern, this new model run, again, we're going to have to watch this, these model runs kind of flip back and forth. It has shown the potential. I don't know that it's going to be right over Austin, but the potential where there could be up to 2 to 4 inches of rain for some areas. And again, we do have that flood advisory right now that is in effect for northwest Travis and Williamson County. But here's what the big picture radar looks like. Grace, I'll toss things back over to you in the Weather Center, and you can take it for the next few minutes.
So basically we're still watching, our line of storms. It's kind of interesting, to see the areas of over in Gillespie County and now in Blanco County, those storms really start to feed into this line that is so far in front of them over here in Travis County now. And I kind of want to zoom or flip this back just a little bit so you can kind of see exactly where they're filling in over towards that Round Mountain area and also really intensifying that storm down towards that northern edge of Blanco. Still under the severe limits for the moment. We don't really have any extra notes from the National Weather Service regarding either of these storms for the moment. However, if you are down towards Blanco County, as this storm starts to move into your area, you are going to be noting that gust front right ahead of these storms. So that's kind of a way that even if you're not watching on radar or anything like that, and you know that there's storms in the forecast, if you just feel a big gust of wind out of nowhere, you can kind of bet that over the next couple of minutes you're going to be seeing some rain for sure. And that is exactly what's happening over there in Johnson City. You can see, I'll try to outline it for you guys right here. Right there, you kind of get a little outflow boundary. That's what's really going to bring in those very gusty winds right ahead of that storm there. Let's try and get rid of that for a second. Yep, and that got rid of that. So now we're just watching for that heavy rainfall as well as that hail potential to be moving into northern Blanco County. So Johnson City, you guys are right on the edge of this. Should be expecting that rain in the next few minutes or so. So Cypress Mill, looks like Round Mountain, you guys are already seeing that increase in rainfall. Sandy right in the thick of it. Let's check on the potential for that hail within this storm in Blanco County. So it looks like there's a small one, but this is remaining below the severe limits for that area. Let's take a pause right here so I can see exactly what may. So it looks like it's below about a ½ inch, so it should be okay there, but you may still see some small hail in some areas. This is between Round Mountain and extending down towards Sandy, and then eventually towards the Johnson City area. You guys are right on the outside of this storm, and we'll be kind of feeling the effects of it a little bit more as we head into the next couple of minutes here, likely the next half hour or so. But the storms over towards Johnson City that we're kind of highlighting right now, and Blanco County, as well as moving out of the Gillespie County area, those are moving pretty fast, much faster than our other storm that, well, now it's becoming almost one storm. So those storms in the southwest portion are kind of catching up to our storm in the northern portion over towards Travis County. So they are moving very fast over Johnson City and Stonewall. But let's kind of check on our storm up towards the northwest portions of Travis County. That's moving much slower, only 10 miles an hour, which is also why we've gotten that flood advisory out for that area, because slow moving rain is a much greater cause for the potential of flooding. When it moves through really fast, not as big of a deal, but with this storm in northwest Travis County, it's just a little bit more big of a deal because it is moving so slow. Tons of lightning out there as well as this continues to head to the south and east, but very gradually, as I was just talking about. So let's kind of take a look on. It also seems that this northern storm has fallen apart just a little bit. It doesn't look obviously as organized as it did even just 20 minutes ago or so. So even if you up in Leander, still dealing with some heavy rainfall. However, it looks like more of the severe potential or kind of strong potential for these storms are down towards that Laga Vista area and moving south and west from there down towards Briarcliff. You guys are now seeing that heavy rainfall. Let's see if we got any. We have one just came in from National Weather Service. All storms remain sub-severe at this time. We will see these slowly drift southward with pockets of training, perhaps 2 to 4 inches of rainfall totals on isolated bases. So some minor flooding can be expected and is possible overnight tonight. So that's our update from the National Weather Service. They're continuing to highlight that potential for that flooding is kind of flooding lightning, as well as hail if the storms are still able to be energized enough to produce that hail. Those are going to be our main threats for tonight, but it looks like since we're seeing a weakening trend, the main threats are now going to kind of shift towards those breezy, potentially damaging winds, as well as lightning and that, that flooding threat that we were just highlighting as well. Reports of pea-sized hail 20 minutes ago in Leanders, probably changing a little bit. Window Works of Texas said it started to go crazy in Lago Vista. Yeah, you guys are right underneath that lot of lightning. Let's kind of go in on Lago Vista a little bit, kind of move forward there. Yeah, they are under a ton of that rainfall, very heavy rainfall totals. We could be seeing 2 to 4 inches of rain between kind of like hour rates of that rainfall. So Lago Vista, you are under that heavy rainfall, a ton of lightning. Briarcliff, you're continuing into that storm here as we head into the night. If you're up towards that northwest region of Travis County and continuing Lakeway, I know we've been kind of talking about you guys as well as Steiner Ranch for a little while now. However, this storm is moving at such a slow rate, only 10 miles per hour. So although we've kind of said your name over and over again, you guys are still mainly dry for the moment. It won't be until, you know, we get into those overnight hours that we start to get a little bit of a push from that cold front that's still kind of lingering to get these storms to kind of ramp up a little bit as in speed, not really intensity, because we are kind of seeing that weakening trend. However, you know, we could see some still strong storms out of this, but no major updates from the National Weather Service at this time, besides them basically, you know, saying what me and Hunter have been saying the past couple of minutes, that we're starting to see, or continuing to see rather, that these storms are remaining sub-severe. You know, we were tracking a lot of that hail potential earlier. It looks like that has kind of winded down in many areas as well. Looks like over down to the south of Blanco County and the south of Gillespie County there's still, you know, some indication of hail, but a lot of that has really dropped off. Even I kind of want to pause this right here, this loop, and I can kind of show you as that storm moves over northeast Gillespie County. I want to zoom in a little bit on it because it really gave a nice flash of that hail core. Yep, moving over to the east of Fredericksburg, kind of on that south point of the map there. Really, really heavy hail. And then now as it started to move over into Blanco County and that sandy area, it's definitely nodded off a little bit. So thankfully, we're continuing to see things kind of weaken, but as you can see, you know, where we are seeing weakening up towards that Travis County storm, you can see where that storm on the back half of it is really starting to fill in here, which is pretty interesting. I'll just draw a little bit of a line for you guys. Looks like things towards the north end of our area are kind of becoming a little bit more unorganized in the last couple of minutes or so, which is good news for our area and is another reason why we're watching for mostly that flooding for the moment, because that's kind of the main risk, as well as that hail potential is kind of nodded off a little bit. We're mostly just seeing that lightning, as well as those heavy precipitation rates that we've already seen out there. Hunter, you got anything new you want to show us or seeing out there?
I'll actually be coming up here in one moment and testing 1, 2. All right, we're on. I apologize for the technical difficulties. Had to run to the bathroom real quick. But here is, let me punch you over to Max 2. Here's a look at the storm which Grace was tracking over northwest Travis County. And I'm going to make sure that the router is still up as well. So that we can see the view from our Kalahari cam. We've got lots of lightning, and I wanted to do a lightning track for you guys, or lightning count rather, see how many lightning strikes are being detected here. Now up to 124 lightning strikes there, and if you want to stop and count, there's a lot of them right there from our Oasis cam. Again, this is looking over Lake Travis, kind of looking back to the northwest over the lake from the Oasis restaurant there. And you can see this is a very electric storm, which is moving into northwest Travis County. This was earlier severe, but is no longer severe warned, but it is producing lots of lightning. And Elisa says still have tons of lightning in Leander, some good cracks of thunder as well. You know, normally I would say rain is good sleeping weather. I think this is a little bit much with all this thunder and lightning that we have. Rebecca says still getting a little bit of hail in Laga Vista. Yeah, so there still could be some small hail in here. I don't want to say that there's no hail risk. In fact, Rebecca, there's exactly what you were talking about right there over Laga Vista. Do you have an estimate as far as how big that hail is? That would likely be under quarter size. That's probably going to be closer to, say, penny size. And if you live in Briarcliff, you also could have some comparably small hail, all of this out around Lake Travis right now. But these storms, again, are under severe limits, but they're producing heavy rain and quite a bit of lightning. Let's see what the rainfall rates are here right around Laga Vista. This will tell you just how heavily it is raining. 3.66 inches per hour. So that means if that heaviest part of the storm sat over you for 1 hour, that's how much rain you would get. Now, these are moving and it's probably not going to be exactly that heavy for the entire hour, but that shows you how quickly these things can dump rain. And that's why we have that threat for some minor flooding here with the flood advisory for northwest Travis, western Williamson County, and into far southeastern Burnett County. This is what I wanted to get to before I realized my microphone was not on. But what the Weather Prediction Center is watching, as Grace was saying, not that we couldn't have another severe thunderstorm warning tonight, we certainly could. But the way that things are unfolding right now, it does look like the severe threat winding down a little bit. That is the threat for large hail and gusty winds. And again, our tornado threat has already pretty much ended. But I do think we continue the risk for low-end isolated flash flooding. The Weather Prediction Center is highlighting areas along and east of I-35, where as this rain cycles through, there could be some pockets of 1 to 3 inches, if not more. In fact, they're saying fast-moving, very intense rates of 1 to 2 inches per 30 minutes. That would be 2 to 4 inches per hour, and that's exactly what I just showed you over the Laga Vista area. So if you get a storm that stays over you for a while, there could be some minor flooding in a few spots. Here's the broader picture view where we have this line of storms stretching from far southeastern Gillespie County into northern Blanco County, into northwest Travis, into southern Williamson County, and then still into parts of Milam County right now. We do have some flash flood warnings to our north, but as of now, we have no alerts for the KVUE area, and hopefully we keep it that way with just some healthy rainfall and no big flooding risk and no big severe weather issues. But here over the next couple of hours, we will continue to watch it for you. I'm going to keep an eye here on the National Weather Service chat. Let's see. This is what Grace was reading earlier, but all storms remaining sub-severe at this time. We'll see these drift slowly southward with pockets of training rain, perhaps 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals on isolated spots. And again, the potential for minor flooding, but hopefully the last severe warning has been issued. Not a guarantee, but hopefully that is the way that things go through the rest of this evening. Look at this, though. We continue to just kind of toggle back with our sky cams. This is our Oasis cam. Look at that lightning bolt off in the distance. These, again, are big lightning-producing storms. Lots of thunder as well. You guys were telling me around the Laga Vista area. Betty right now is in Milam County, which is also seeing lots of heavy rain and lightning as well. Milam County has had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings through this evening. Any other reports? Let us know what you guys are seeing where you live. Your reports are very helpful for us as far as helping us figure out what's going on and telling the weather story. We had some of those pictures of the hail earlier around the Dripping Springs area that Grace showed on our 10 o'clock newscast. Those hail. Grace, can you put in router 2, can you put the Oasis cam in there? Just so that's going to be the one that's in the box there, because that's the one that's got all the lightning right now. But Grace was showing the hailstones that were up around golf ball size earlier in Dripping Springs. So again, we just really appreciate everybody who sends in pictures and helps tell us what's going on. So with that being said, let's go kind of county by county here, and then I'll hop back into the model and we'll talk about timing. Thank you. Yeah, so what you're seeing in the top left of the screen now, that is our Oasis cam where the storm is moving right over Lake Travis right now. Tons and tons of lightning there. But then what I've got you zoomed in on here is Stonewall to LBJ Ranch 290 points south over far southeastern Gillespie County. This is a strong storm, but it's not severe. There could be some small hail in there south of Stonewall near the Albert area, but that is under severe limits right now. Going a little farther up the line into Blanco County. Hello to everybody in Johnson City and Round Mountain. You guys have got heavy rain that's moving in. And earlier I was watching some strong winds in that vicinity. Still, I do think there could be some 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts in there, but it's not severe stuff. And then we'll see what the hail tracker is showing for Blanco County. As of now, not any hail over Blanco County. That is just good old-fashioned heavy rainfall. The accumulations in this area, there's a 1.3. A 0.5, a 1.1. Just looking at a note there, that is a different part of Texas that the National Weather Service is watching. We really like having rain in this part of northern Blanco County because, let me pull up my cursor. Try and, doesn't want to pop up for me. But you see that is Pernalis River, which runs from Stonewall into Johnson City. The Pernalis River dumps into Lake Travis, or feeds into Lake Travis. So hopefully we can get some a little bit of runoff, at least in these areas. We can start getting some water flowing into our Highland Lake system and also helping with the drought that we've been experiencing in this area. Again, just to show you, this is the drought monitor. Johnson City points southward. That is top level exceptional drought. So as long as we keep these things under severe limits, and this is a good thing. We're going to get some rain for some areas that really need it. Then we go into parts of southern Burnett County, south of Marble Falls. We do have some heavy rain there. Again, that stuff's not severe. And then still tracking heavy rain for Hudson Bend, Laga Vista, around Lakeway, into Briarcliff, into Valenti, Highland Lake Drive, Colorado Canyon Drive, Lantern View Drive, Hopkins Drive. All of these areas you've got really heavy rain. There could be some pockets of small hail in here. Again, between Laga Vista and Lakeway, and then again on the east side of Lakeway, north of Steiner Ranch, there could be some pockets of small hail, but at the moment this is not severe. This is just a big rowdy thunderstorm, and it's got lots of lightning in it, which you are seeing there from our Oasis cam, which is at the Oasis restaurant there on Lake Travis. Latest lightning count. It's always so interesting for me to watch these big lightning counts. So now we've got 156 lightning strikes being detected there. And I mean, you can just see it's nearly constant and just pouring heavy rain from our Oasis camp. Look at that. That is just nasty, nasty weather right now out on Lake Travis. Another note from the National Weather Service. They are saying, again, what we were talking about earlier, not that the severe threat is done. There is still some instability to the south, but because of these storms, the southerly motion has been pretty slow. The severe threat lower through the rest of this evening than what we were tracking over the past couple of hours. But again, that's not to say there couldn't be another severe thunderstorm warning or two. Speaking of, let me punch you back over to this. We actually have an instability tracker that we can use to see the areas where there is still instability. So here's, again, the big picture. This might take a second to load in, but I'll punch up our instability map. So this is over the past 3 hours. And you can see where that cold front has worked down to the south. I know this is a little confusing. The brighter yellows and oranges and then the whites, that's higher instability. So as the front has moved in and we've gotten cooler air to work in, the instability is getting pushed down to the south. So that's going to help cut off the severe weather risk and put it to an end for these areas north of Austin, Williamson County, out across the hill country, where, look at that, I believe, did we take a lightning hit on our Skycam? Looks like it froze.
That's Oasis.
That is Oasis cam, which
That's
looks like
kind of hitting the fan, if you will.
Yeah, that is not good. Let's, can you switch to, go Concordia camera, that's going to be up in that area as well. Looks like we may have taken a lightning strike there. Never good. I'll tell you what, we've had Skycams hit by tornadoes. We've lost power. We've seen just about everything there. So there's the Concordia camera for you as a replacement. We'll see if our Oasis cam comes back online. That's one of my favorite Skycams. I hope that one pops back up. But again, you can see there is still the instability out there. Hayes County, Caldwell County, Bastrop County, Lee County, Fayette County. Certainly enough instability out there for more storms. And I can't rule out one or two more severe thunderstorm warnings, but overall the severe threat as we go further into the night hopefully continues to lessen. But there's also still going to be that continued threat for some localized flooding. Look at the cooler air that has moved in. It is 76 in Austin, but across the hill country, I mean Mason, it's almost chilly. 63 right now. It is 64 in Llano. 63 is the current temperature right now in Burnett. Yeah, our sky cam is still frozen. Man, I hate that. I think we took a lightning strike up there. You guys have probably all been to the Oasis restaurant. It's up on top of they've got all the balconies and everything. It's up on top of that, so it is kind of a hot, and it's up on the hill. Kind of a high vantage point. Might have taken a lightning strike there. Another note from the National Weather Service, they're saying I wouldn't be surprised to see an isolated cell or two pulse up and drop some hail, but not a widespread risk. Yep, I'm 100% on board with that. Hey, let me check in for our friends in Milam County. Betty right now is watching in Thorndale and says it is raining heavily. It sure is, and it has been a stormy evening in Milam County. Hey, no tornado warnings for Milam County this evening. That is good news. We all know Milam County can catch a tornado warning. But we do have heavy rain up there around Rockdale and around Thorndale. Let me show you some of the radar estimated totals here. We will push over to this. Man, look at that. So especially north of Thorndale from St. Gabriel up to Cameron. Pull up some of these numbers, yeah. 2 to 4 inches of rain there over Milam County. Let's see, so Milam County is the National Weather Service Dallas. Let me make sure they have not issued a flood advisory for that. Nope, no flood. Well, the flash flood warning again is north of Milam County. That is not in our area. But certainly there could be some minor flooding over parts of Milam County with those 2 to 4 inch radar estimated rainfall totals. Amanda says, any concern for the Georgetown area? Let's focus in on Georgetown. Hey, for Georgetown, your storm risk is actually in the process of winding down. The heaviest stuff is now south of you. Still, I do think you have some more rain to get through. That could be another hour or two even to get this lighter stuff to clear out. But the heaviest of the stuff is down south of Georgetown. There's not going to be severe weather for Georgetown. My concern for Georgetown and that part of Williamson County would be minor flooding potential. Based on what we're seeing right now. In fact, Georgetown is included in this flood advisory for minor flooding potential that goes until 2 a.m. But I don't see hail issues or more severe weather issues for Georgetown other than the threat for some minor flooding. Ariana is asking about Bastrop. Yet we have not talked about these areas southeast yet because the storms have not quite been making it into that area. There's a lot of clutter here. Let me go in on my radar and clean this up for you a little bit. I'm going to decrease the sensitivity. Don't want to decrease it too much. Oh, Oasis is back and operational. Let's see. Is it on 1? Can you put it on router 1, please?
Almost there.
It's all good.
Not the right one either.
That's Tower Cam. A very pretty view. I'm just glad to see that Oasis is back. There we go. They're still lighting. Hey, we hope it doesn't take another strike. It was not doing well there for a moment, but thankfully our Oasis cam is back and operational. We'll leave that in the top left for you. But again, folks were asking about Bastrop. Here's the situation for Bastrop. We do have that boundary which is moving in. So up around Elgin, there is rain that's moving in. This is going to expand southward here in the next hour or two, where, hopefully Bastrop doesn't have a big threat for severe weather. And again, that hail threat is winding down, it looks like, for the moment. But here in the next hour or two, I do think, you can see it's a big line of storms here. So the way that this is moving, we're going to see this movement down to the southeast, and this stuff's going to continue to move into places like Blanco County, like Hayes County, like Southern Travis County, like Bastrop County, Lee County, and then eventually into Caldwell County, into Fayette County, and by 3 or 4 a.m. I think we'll get the leading edge through our area. Michelle, is it going to miss South Austin? I don't think it's going to miss South Austin. It's really slow moving. Earlier, the southward progression of this was only 10 miles an hour. So it's going to take a while, but even in South Austin, I think here by 1 or 2 a.m., you're going to get in on the rain here. In fact, I'll do a quick run of our high-res model, and then we'll get in on the metro where we've got some rain, which is moving into North Austin now. And here at the TV station, we'll start to get into some rain here before too long. So here's the latest run of our high-res model. As you can see, I just want to show you one of the things that we look at as meteorologists when you're looking at these models. Here's a tip for you. If the model does not know where it is currently raining, it probably does not know where it is going to rain in the future. So that is where the model thinks it's raining right now. This is where it's actually raining right now. So this, what was that?
Continuing severe thunderstorm watch till 1 a.m.
Okay, yeah.
They may have dropped a couple areas.
Let's see, they'll continue it for Bastrop, Blanco, Caldwell, Hayes, Lee, Travis, Williamson. Let me think about that here.
Mason probably out of it now.
So Mason and Milam are out now. Am I missing any other ones? Bastrop, Caldwell, Llano. I think it hasn't updated yet. So Bastrop, Blanco, Caldwell, Hayes, Lee, Travis, Williamson. So Llano's going to drop out of this. Burnett's going to drop out of this. Gillespie's going to drop out of this. That's going to be the update here. So give a few more moments on our map. Actually, this one might update quicker. Not yet. We'll come back to that. But the National Weather Service is in the process of trimming off some of our counties from the Severe Thunderstorm Watch as our severe threat will come to an end behind this big line of storms where it's going to be cooler. Temperatures across the hill country are in the 60s. Okay, so back to this point. You see all this rain right here? From Blanco into Gillespie County. Now let's go to where our model thinks there's rain. And it is thinking there's nothing there, but there is. But this model is showing the potential where this rain is going to gradually expand southward. So here's 1 a.m., into 2 a.m., into 3 a.m. Hearing a little bit of rain here on the roof at the TV station. 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m. By 7 tomorrow we should be out of the woods. Rain will be out of here, and I think tomorrow afternoon is actually going to be really, really nice. Jennifer says heavy thunderstorms in Lakeway. Alfredo says any rain for Round Rock. Yeah, we've already had quite a bit of rain in the Round Rock area. Again, back to the current. It's currently some heavy rain around the Round Rock area right now, and the accumulations there are, let's see, are showing where there could be a 1/4 inch plus that has already fallen for Round Rock. All right, we're getting some rain here at the TV station. Let's see, looking at our roof cam. Grace, take cam 21 in one of our routers, and we will show you the rain that's heading into the TV station right now and other parts of North Austin. So here is our roof cam on the roof of KVUE. You can see some raindrops there. Let's see if we get a couple of lightning strikes. There you go, some lightning off in the distance. That is what it looks like here on Steck Avenue, just off of Mopac in North Austin, as we have the rain, which is moving in. So we'll keep an eye on that sky cam. Misha says raining in Pflugerville with occasional thunder. If we can keep the thunder down a little bit, this wouldn't be bad sleeping weather. But from North Austin now, we're looking at Lost Creek, up to Camp Mabry, to the Domain. Heavy rain is moving in. Some of this out over East Austin as well. From Weberville, up along the 130 toll. Manor, Austin Executive Airport. Oh, they're telling me I have mic issues. Do I have the wrong mic on? Check, 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 check. Should be better. I apologize, guys. I'm manually doing the mics, and I've messed up a few times. But hopefully you guys can still hear me. Jeff, let me know if the audio is sounding better now. I think I've got it fixed. But from the Austin Executive Airport up towards Dessau, Lake Pflugerville, we've got rain, which is moving in. This is going to expand. Fixed. Perfect. I apologize, guys. it's messing with my mind, Grace, that you're in the Weather Center and that in my mind is mic 1, but I'm actually wearing mic 1. It's a little technological issue. Hazel says it's better. Thank you, guys. I apologize. Bryant says rain is starting northwest Austin off Mopac and 45th. Efren, when can we expect the line of storms to approach San Marcos? Let's update you for San Marcos. It's going to be another little while here for the San Marcos area. Back to our model. For San Marcos, it's probably going to be closer to 2 or 3 a.m. Here's another model. Let's see if this one is initialized a little bit better. Yeah, I think this has a slightly better idea as far as how things play out through the rest of this evening. Which has rain moving into San Marcos again closer to, say, 2 a.m. I think this model's doing better. We'll start showing this one from now on out. 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I think this is going to be slow to leave Fayette County, but by 6 or 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, it is out of here. We'll clear to some sunshine by the afternoon tomorrow. All right, Grace, I'll toss things back over to you. I will turn on the proper microphone and let them know what you're tracking.
Hello, hello. I kind of wanted to go over, earlier this week I was writing a article about if we are seeing a historic rainfall here in Austin, because we've had a few events like this. Obviously it's April, it's spring, it's very dynamic in the atmosphere. We see a lot of rain this time of year. Here's kind of a look, if you guys are wondering, about the wettest Aprils ever. This was recorded at Camp Mabry, so all the way back to the 1800s they have records. Greatest at 19 inches. We here in Austin, for the current totals, now I want to tell you guys these totals are from Monday, so adding to this, we've gotten 2 to 3 inches of rainfall rates already tonight, so we could be adding on a couple of inches for the end of April here. And like I said, these rankings even are from Monday as well. We were in 54th place for the wettest April and 19th place for the wettest April over at the airport. The other one is for Camp Mabry. Just some interesting kind of stats there. I kind of like to highlight those a little bit as we head into the rest of our April here. And actually the wettest month is going to be May. Historically or climatologically, it is May for the Austin area. So we're probably going to add on a couple inches there. I did some math a little bit earlier on this week that if we added about 2 to 4 inches to, those rankings that I was just showing, we could get up into maybe the upper 10s, potentially into like or even the fifth or fourth ranking for the wettest April, at least for the airport, which has not as many records dating back. I believe they started taking their records in the 1940s, but still, we are likely going to add a lot of rainfall to those totals. Likely, probably 2 to 4 inches. Hopefully, we can get what those exact measurements are from Camp Mabry as well as the airport. As we shift into the day tomorrow, we'll be able to get a daily climate record for the day today, because it just hit midnight, so that will be included in that record for tomorrow. Sorry, my computer is popping up a notification. I'm not sure if it's a big deal or not, but we're just going to keep going, keep tracking this storm as it continues to move through the Austin area. You can see now Travis County, honestly, very widespread look to that rainfall. The only places not really seeing much rain at the moment are down towards the airport, as well as Shady Hollow, down towards that southern end of the I-35 corridor, even South Congress Avenue. Towards Elroy, as well as Creedmoor. Not seeing too much in the way of rainfall just yet, but you can see right behind it, Hudson Bend, Steiner Ranch, honestly, the whole western portion of Travis County now seeing a good watch of widespread rain there. Let's see, let's check in on Facebook what you guys are saying out there. Since we are under a severe thunderstorm watch, will these storms be severe after 1 a.m.? So actually, we are under a severe thunderstorm watch, but that doesn't even mean that every storm that is out there is severe. I mean, honestly, the best example of that is right now. We don't actually have any severe warned storms. However, they could become severe or take on those characteristics of becoming severe. So, you know, if the hail core that we were seeing earlier becomes much bigger than about a half an inch or so, or greater than that, that's something that tells you that storm right there is severe, as well as rainfall rates, as well as potential for, velocities. If you're seeing rotation in storms, thankfully that's not what we're seeing here. But yeah, so basically the watch just means we're on watch for the potential for some storms to become severe. However, a severe thunderstorm warning is when you are actually going to be noting that a singular storm there is a severe warned storm. So it's a little bit difficult to understand sometimes, but yeah, not every storm that we see ongoing until 1 a.m. is going to be severe in this area, which is what we're seeing right now. These are not severe storms, they're sub-severe. However, they do have some characteristics, obviously, that are quite scary for some people, and those are including, all of that lightning that we've been seeing out there, as well as very, very heavy rainfall rates, 2 to 4 inches per hour.
Hey, real quick, sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
Speaking of those rainfall rates, we have a rainfall sensor here on the roof at KVUE, and right now it just started raining here. It's already picked up 1/10 of an inch, and it has a current rainfall rate of 2.53 inches per hour. So that's what we're getting right here in North Austin off Steck Avenue.
Wow. Lots of rainfall out there. Heavy, heavy rainfall. So let's kind of take it, we haven't really checked in too much on our line of storms here, exactly where they're headed and what's been changing about them over the past hour or so. So we have seen of line that was over towards Fredericksburg and Gillespie County, the eastern portions of Gillespie County, and moving over northern Blanco now. That's caught up to our other pre-severe warned storm over towards the northwest areas of Travis County. They've now become kind of one long line of storms that is now going to start to push through, hopefully a little bit quicker as they kind of get a kick from the cold front that's behind it. So hopefully we can start to see these kind of speed up a little bit, if not just for, making them go faster, but also if they are going a little bit faster, they also are going to decrease that potential for some of that flooding out there as well, because, moving 10 miles per hour over an area that is, in severe drought is not exactly the best scenario there. So hopefully we can get these to move through just a little bit quicker as we head through the rest of the evening here. Down there towards Hayes County, you guys are mostly dry for the moment, but we will also note that gust front that we've been talking about over the past couple hours here. That is sort of moving into past the Dripping Springs area and now extending to the south there. You can kind of see it pop up as I've drawn the line there. Let's try and zoom out a little bit. But as you kind of feel that move into the area real quickly, that is kind of, one of those indications that a storm is brewing and it is close by, and you may be seeing some rainfall within the next couple of minutes, several minutes. So let's check back in on Facebook. Any hail? Yes, there is potential for hail out there. Let's kind of span out just a little bit, see where we could see the potential for some of that hail. Very, very small pockets, I will say. Up there towards Milam County, to the east of Cameron. Let's zoom in on that for a second. That's probably the more significant pocket that I would see at the current moment. So over towards Hanover, I'm not sure if that's Gauze pronouncing it, to the north and east of Milano, and then Hicks and Hearn. In those areas, kind of, you could or maybe be seeing some very small hail there as well. Let's kind of check in on the rest of the storm. This is a very long line of storms. The only other pocket of potential hail that I'm seeing right now is actually, potentially in those northern portions of Austin. You can see right here in KVUE, we are right here up towards the Domain, potentially some small hail coming through as well there. So Hunter, you should go run outside and see if you can catch some.
Should I hop on the VMix call and I'll run out there?
You can
hey,
try
quick
it out.
update. So I mentioned how heavily it's raining here at KVUE. Now in the bucket on the roof, we have 0.28 inches, already over a quarter of an inch, and the rainfall rate is up to 3 inches an hour. And we are hearing some of those rumbles of thunder out there. I'll head on back over here to Max 2 here for a moment and walk you through what exactly we are seeing. And again, all of this is under severe limits. And again, we're cautiously optimistic. The general trend has been weakening. There is still lots of heavy rain and lightning, but we have not had a severe storm in a while. And Grace mentioned maybe there's some small hail up in North Austin around the Domain, Palmer Lane, that area. But we are not seeing anything sizable and nothing that is even close to severe right now. So hopefully we just get some lightning, some heavy rain, maybe a little bit of minor flooding, and hopefully we can avoid the severe threat through the rest of this evening. But technically our severe thunderstorm watch will continue until 1 a.m. Also wanted to show you that earlier. We're waiting on our system to drop out some of these counties. You can see they removed Llano, Burnett, and Milam counties and Gillespie County. But our severe thunderstorm watch for now does continue until 1 a.m. for Williamson County, Travis County, Blanco County, Hayes County, Caldwell County, Bastrop County, and Lee County. So that is the situation. Get you back to the radar. Let's go county by county again, and we'll give you a heads up if you live in Blanco right now. Blanco County, in town in Blanco up to Johnson City, not severe, not seeing big hail in this anymore, but this is some heavy rain, and I am so happy to get rain in this area for a number of reasons. Let me show you the drought monitor here. This area, southern Gillespie County, top level exceptional drought. So I'm so happy that this area, as we switch over to the rainfall accumulations, this area has picked up some rain today, thankfully. Not enough, but this is also the area, we've got the Pedernales River that runs from LBJ Ranch, Stonewall over to Johnson City. I don't know that we've got enough rain that this is going to make a big impact, but this is the area, Gillespie County into Blanco County, where you need rain for it to funnel into Lake Travis. So we need more where that came from, but at least this is a spot that really needs the rain, and for now everything is tame and under severe limits. Heavy rain now moving into a good chunk of the Austin Metro. I'm looking at our. Hey Grace, put up the tower cam 20 in router 1. It's about to get into the clouds, but you can see the lightning, which right now is moving in. Let me see. Actually, there we go. Wait a second, you'll see some of the lightning there as those storms are moving into the Austin Metro right now. We've got our rain gauge up on the roof here, which is very quickly tallying rain. We are just now up to 0.36 inches of rain here at KVUE, and the instantaneous rainfall rate is 2.53 inches per hour. Misha, the loud thunder and heavy rain has made it to Pflugerville. Yep, pushing into a good chunk of the metro. I told you guys it would happen. It's just a little bit slow, but right around midnight, honestly, the earlier runs, Grace, of our high-res model ended up being pretty dang accurate with the timing here. Funny how that works sometimes. Colton is saying, has the tornado/hail risk subsided for the night? The tornado risk is over. We're not going to have a tornado tonight. The hail risk is much lower than earlier. I don't want to say it's a 0% chance of another little hail core getting going, but it is much, much lower than earlier. I'm cautiously optimistic that we won't have another severe thunderstorm warning, but there could be some pockets of small hail. We continue to watch that for you. Here's our current hail tracker, where again over up around the Domain, there could be some small hail here. This is well under quarter size, not close to severe, but if you live around the Domain into Wells Branch, there could be some small hail in here that's going to cross over I-35, Walnut Forest, Pflugerville, out around Metric Boulevard, John B. Connolly High School, United Christian Church, right along Palmer Lane. I used to live up in this area. Park 35 Circle, Heather Wild Boulevard. Some of these areas you could have some small hail and heavy rain, but this stuff is, again, not severe at the moment. All right, let's keep moving up the line for you into Bastrop County. In town in Bastrop, now starting to get some rain and then some heavier downpours between Bastrop and Elgin, out towards Page. Likewise, out in Lee County, Giddings, up to Dimebox, to Lexington. We have rain, some downpours moving in, so just about everybody getting in on the rain. And Milam County has had plenty of rain today. As you look at the accumulations, you can see there are 2 to 4 inch radar estimates here from Thorndale up towards Cameron. And there could be some minor flooding in this area as well. No flash flood warnings right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings, no warnings, just our severe thunderstorm watch. And we do have a flood advisory for northwest Travis and western Williamson, where we can't rule out some minor flooding. Jose just started pouring in Elgin. Becky, good hard rain in Lakeway. Slowly but surely, this rain is making its way down to the south. So now a good chunk of the Austin Metro getting in on the rain. And this model has been performing essentially the best, so we'll time this out. Folks are asking, what about my community? Here's the timing through the rest of this evening. For places like San Marcos, we get into 1 a.m., 2 a.m. We'll have the rain and embedded storms moving in. Again, there is a low chance for a little bit of hail in there, but our severe threat does appear to be dwindling as we get later into the overnight hours. Into Lockhart, that similar time frame. Southern Bastrop County, and then eventually into Schulenburg and Flatonia and LaGrange and those parts of Fayette County. And then, as is always the case, Fayette County will be the last to clear. It may not be until 5 or 6 a.m. that we get the rain out of Fayette County, and then we will be done with it. It's going to take me a second to get into my graphics here and pull this up. I'm going to pull up the the rainfall accumulations from that same model and see what that is showing through the rest of tonight. I'm going to have to scroll back deep in my graphics here to find it. I need to organize my graphics, guys. Every time I do this, I've got 100,000 weather graphics that I've made over the past couple of years. It's going to be hard for me to find it. I'll find it here a little bit later on. But again, the potential is going to be there for a little bit of localized flooding. You know, we're talking 1 to 3 inches of rain in some spots, but I don't see any significant issues as these storms are moving slowly, but they are moving down to the south and southeast. Audrey, what's the main threat for Friday's storms? Are we already looking ahead to Friday? Yep, that is going to be our next storm chance. And here is our storm outlook for Friday. Level 2 risk for Austin, most of our KVUE area, but especially Austin and then west into the hill country. I think the threats might be a little different here. I see gusty winds being a bigger threat with this, our Friday. Our Friday system, now that we passed midnight, our system is confused. But yeah, with our Friday night system, I see wind, isolated tornadoes, and hail being the main threats there. Just to show you what our model is printing out for Friday. The afternoon is going to be warm, guys. It could be close to 90 for some areas. So should have plenty of instability. And then I'll run that back. Then our cold front comes in. We get this big line of storms that forms. And this again, with the squall line, that's looking more straight line wind threat to me. Maybe a spin-up tornado in there, maybe some pockets of hail, but that's looking more like wind as opposed to the large hail with the past few systems. Then heavy rain into 9 or 10. And then the rest of the weekend should be pretty quiet. We'll let tonight's round of rain move through, though, before we start focusing on Friday. Let's see, checking in with the National Weather Service. No updates there, everything under severe limits. You're looking at our tower cam, which is in Westlake Hills, where you're seeing some of the lightning and the rain that is moving into downtown Austin. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. We are now up to 0.44 inches of rain here on the rooftop at KVUE. 1.32 inches is the instantaneous rainfall rate, so that has come down a little bit now that the heaviest stuff is kind of pushed on through. Grace, what are you seeing over there?
Seeing about the same thing you're seeing. Well, somebody was saying, should I start to worry? Now, we already saw potentially the strongest of what we were going to see tonight already this evening. So kind of the trend here, the cautiously optimistic trend that me and Hunter have been talking about, is that we should start to see things kind of gradually weaken as this storm continues to move through the central Texas area. So I would say if you're worried, just keep it tuned here. We're going to continue to track this for the next couple of hours, and then we've got Shane and Jordan coming in overnight to continue to track this as well. So all the updates that you're going to need, they'll be coming to you immediately if you need to get them. But for right now, we're still seeing those sub-severe conditions throughout the entire line of storms. So it's a little bit hard to make out, but I think it's easier if obviously I'm not talking to a bunch of meteorologists here, but I think it's a little bit easier to understand. If you kind of bring up this synoptic map, you can see kind of where that cold front is strewn across Blanco County and over Gillespie County as well. That is going to act as kind of a push of these storms, and that's kind of why we're still seeing a lot of lightning and potential for hail. There's just kind of better dynamics for those storms down to the south and west areas, which are producing some more heavy rainfall, as we've already seen tonight. But if you shift up towards that north and east region, up towards Milam County as well as Lee County, you can really see in that warm sector still, but where that warm front is now turning into a stationary front, you can kind of see where things are starting to become a little bit more disorganized and likely are not going to take advantage of the potential for some energy out there. Honestly, more of that air towards the eastern side, especially towards the northeast, up towards, those areas of Waco that saw a ton of crazy storms and crazy hail earlier today. They've kind of been washed through a little bit too much. I probably think that a lot of their air is just a little bit more stabilized at this point this evening, and we're kind of seeing that start to feed back into our areas up towards Tanglewood, especially towards Bastrop, Round Rock. I think some of that is kind of worked through for the moment. However, we are still watching that push from that cold front that's behind the low pressure system for the potential to kind of kick up that energy a little bit more. So the severe risk is very low and gonna probably remain pretty low, but there's still a very small potential that we could see some lasting energy there as we head overnight. Now, thankfully, we don't really have any added energy to worry about, and what I mean by that is kind of the sunshine in the afternoon. That kind of adds for some greater potential. Obviously, we're overnight tonight, and we should see things continue to kind of take that gradual weakening trend as they have been. Even down here towards those Dripping Springs areas, towards Blanco, Sisterdale, you can really note that over the past couple of minutes here and through these scans, you can see even just around 11:30 tonight, very heavy rainfall to the north and west of Sisterdale and heading over Johnson City. But as they kind of shift towards areas of 281, you can see that it's starting to lift up and become a little bit more widespread. Still noting some areas of widespread lightning and things like that, but those rainfall rates should be lightening up over those areas in up towards Sisterdale. That was Blanco, same kind of situation. Johnson City, you guys are probably seeing some pretty dry conditions at the moment. Not much, but maybe a couple isolated lightning strikes, as well as some lighter lingering showers just kind of behind those more strong storms there. A little bit of a gust front still going on to the east of this Dripping Springs storm. You can see, here I'll draw that little line for you. You can see kind of the, as that outflow comes out, it kind of can trigger the possibility of some storms as well. Looks like some heavier rainfall in that area, but not specifically becoming another storm at this time. Let's switch that off and go back to there. So Hays City, you could be seeing some light rain. Wimberley, some light rain as well. You may be noting a boost of that wind in the next couple of minutes as this storm is continuing to shift to the south and east, still just very slowly continuing. Circle Ranch, ooh, we got a nice rumble of thunder here at the studio. Bee Cave, y'all are still seeing some good rainfall rates there. The Domain, let's kind of zoom out just a little bit to see. You guys are always asking about that hail, but for tonight it looks like a lot of that has dropped off, especially towards southern Blanco County and over there towards Bernie. A lot of that hail potential has really dropped off for the moment, at least. Really the only place I'm seeing in the Austin area, or at least for Travis County, even up in Milam County, it looks like that hail core dropped off, or the hail potential dropped off. But we were talking about up towards the Domain and 3 Points, the Austin Executive Airport, just past Round Rock or to the east of Round Rock. We're still seeing the potential for a little bit of small hail, but hopefully, as you know, this storm continues to take on those weaker trends and maybe even lift up a little bit, become a little bit more elevated, you'll see that the potential for that small hail kind of drops off again. So let's just, got anything going on Facebook? Lots of super loud house rumbling in Leander. Quite a light show. Loud thunder. Yep, definitely some loud thunder. I just heard some loud thunder here at the station. So kind of going back over what we were seeing, there's lots of much more scattered, still some areas of heavy rain over towards the Bastrop area and Lee County, Giddings, Lexington. Still seeing some pockets of heavy rain there. Not as many lightning strikes over at that area. Over towards that area. Lightning still going on in just outside of the Austin area, more in North Austin towards the Domain and just to the south and east of Round Rock there. Kind of backtracking a little bit though towards the Bee Cave area, still seeing some heavy rain there, as well as those lightning strikes could be still kind of scary sounding outside. But as we're kind of looking back towards these areas of Blanco, Dripping Springs, I believe that's Candalia, Johnson City, things are starting to, at least radar wise, you may still be hearing that thunder and noting some strikes of lightning, but things are starting to calm down a little bit for those storms as well, for that kind of tail end of our very long line of stormy weather here in Central Texas tonight. Any other questions you guys have? We are almost to the half-hour mark here. Again, let's pull up our Severe Thunderstorm Watch that we have for the rest of, well, really only lasting until 1 a.m. That's how long I believe we're going to be continuing on this stream. After that, there may not be as much to watch. Here, we can try and load these in real quick. Okay, so that says tornado watch. Ignore that. It's not our tornado watch. We are continuing a severe thunderstorm watch. So that goes until 1 a.m. We do not have our tornado watch at all for the rest of the evening. They switched that tornado watch to a severe thunderstorm watch a little while ago, just before, I believe it was about 10 p.m., a little bit later than that. Waiting for my radar to load up once again so I can kind of show you. Maybe we can even span out to the whole Lone Star State to see kind of what's going on across our area, because we're continuing to kind of track what's going on around the area. However, it is starting to see a trend of that weakening, really, that we've been seeing kind of over the last, I would say, hour or so. It's really been more notable. Rumbles of thunder over the station at the moment. Over there to the East Texas area, lots of storms still going on there tonight. Shifting into Louisiana, lots of severe thunderstorm warnings there, and they have a severe thunderstorm watch. That severe thunderstorm watch was really just for these Central Texas counties, so that's going to be Bastrop County, Caldwell County, Hays County, Blanco County, Travis, Williamson, and Lee. I believe they shaved off, I think they've shaved off Fayette County from that as well. I don't think that is going to be, or that we're going to be watching for severe potential as that shifts eastward overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning.
Playing around with some new camera views, so we've got We got both of us in the frame now.
Hey,
Let us know what you guys think.
I'm a little small.
Yeah. We can
You're
zoom in
small
over here later. We were playing around with this shot yesterday so we could have 2 severe weather shots. Grace didn't like it back here. She thought her head looked too small.
I just looked like a pinhead.
The pinhead angle. Alicia is saying our power glitched here in the Lakeline area and it's out across the street. Yeah, so I'm looking at the Austin Energy map right now. I don't know what provider you have. The Austin Energy map is still showing 100% with power, but it would not surprise me at all based on the amount of lightning that we're getting with these storms if there was some areas without power. So hopefully they get that turned back on for you here relatively soon. I'm going to switch over, make sure we've got Max 2 in here.
Yep.
I messed it up again. I got too fancy.
That's one.
There we go. I'm going to switch Max 2 in here for the moment. There we go. There's Max 2. All of this stuff is well under severe limits for the time being, and we again are cautiously optimistic that that will remain the case through the rest of this evening. But we're still going to need to watch this stuff. It's going to be another couple of hours before this clears out of Fayette County, and we can't rule out a storm or two pulsing up and maybe producing some hail up to an inch in diameter. We do still have that severe thunderstorm watch until 1 a.m., but mainly for the moment at least, these are just dropping heavy rain and lightning. We can't rule out some minor flooding, but we don't have any significant flooding issues right now. Really, I think the lightning right now is what would be causing the most issues. We've got a couple of folks talking about power outages and such, and you're looking above us at the tower cam view right now where there's lots of lightning right now over the Austin area. Yeah, as Grace just said in the chat, we do not have a tornado watch. We are not concerned about a tornado through the rest of this evening. There is still low end potential for some pockets of hail or gusty winds, but the tornado threat has ended, and our watch has been replaced with a severe thunderstorm watch. Marga, quite the light show and loud thunder. Yep, for the most part, that is exactly what is going on. And speaking of power hits, I think our Oasis cam took a little bit of a power hit earlier this evening. It was down for a period of time, but it's now back up and operational. So let's get zoomed in over Travis County and let's count some lightning strikes for you and see what these big lightning producing storms are doing at the moment. So we'll draw a box about, excuse me, that was the zoom button, but we'll draw a box about like this. Let's get.
I asked a question in the National Weather Service chat and I tend to be sorry.
Okay.
But,
better be a good question. No.
we're about half an hour out from our severe thunderstorm watch to be expiring. Just kind of wanted to check in with them, see what they're thinking for the evening tonight. I would gander that it likely is going to be expiring come 1 a.m.
Certainly seems that way, so that would be about 30 minutes from now. Again, we're going to stick with you. There's still some heavy rain out there and there could be some minor flooding, but the severe risk does seem to be winding down. Let's see, 12:30. Looks like they issued a new flood advisory. Let's get you the latest on that. And again, this is producing now 161 lightning strikes over the past 30 minutes or so. Okay, yeah, so a new flood advisory. Remember, the flood advisory, I know this is a little confusing. The flood advisory is a step down below the flash flood warning. So this means that minor flooding is possible. This is a new flash flood advisory until 3:30 a.m. for downtown Austin, up to Steiner Ranch and the Domain, out towards Pflugerville, the Austin Executive Airport. This does include Round Rock. All of these areas until 3:30 a.m. Let me punch up the text of this just to see what they're saying as far as what's already fallen. Again, impacts minor flooding in low-lying and poor drainage areas. At 12:26, Doppler radar indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. This will cause urban and small stream flooding. Up to 2 inches of rain has already fallen. Additional rain amounts up to 2 inches are possible over this area. So an additional 2 inches possible for some. Locations that will experience flooding include Austin, Round Rock, Cedar Park, Georgetown, Pflugerville, Anderson Mill, Windermere, Leander, Hutto, Lakeway, Manor, Laga Vista, Bee Cave, Westlake Hills, Hudson Bend, Rolling Wood, Mansfield Dam, Barton Creek, and Jonestown. Again, this is not a warning. This is where minor flooding will be possible for Austin in the northern half of Travis County. Roxy, we appreciate it. Let me show you some of the estimated rainfall totals here. And again, this is why they issued this. They had a 2.6 over northwest Travis. So over far northwest Travis into southwest Williamson, including Leander and Laga Vista, and then just north of Steiner Ranch, that's where 1 to 3 inches has already fallen. That's where the original flood advisory was. These numbers a little farther to the south are much lower. We're looking at maybe a 1/4 inch plus, but again, with these type of rainfall rates, it doesn't take long, 30 minutes to an hour, and you can pretty quickly get some good totals here. And that's why the potential is going to be there for minor flooding. Let's see what we're up to here on the roof at KVUE. A quick 1/2 inch here. The rain, though, has really let up here off of Steck Avenue in our North Austin studios. Okay, here is a note from the National Weather Service. They say it is likely it will be extended, and 1 a.m. is the current It is unlikely. It is unlikely that our watch will be extended, so they will likely cancel that at 1 a.m. And again, that really means that our severe threat is very, very low. I don't expect at this point having another severe thunderstorm warning. Again, we're going to stay here. We're going to watch it for you, and we're going to watch that minor flood threat potential as well. But really, at this point, we don't see additional issues with severe weather as far as hail and gusty winds like what we had earlier, especially around the Dripping Springs area. So that's good news. Let's just get some beneficial rain, some good sleeping weather. Let's get this thing out of here, and then we'll look ahead to Friday, which is when our next severe risk is coming in. Going to punch up some of the LCRA sensors here, and I'm also keeping an eye on the Austin Power outage map. Here's an update. Austin Power now saying 99.87% of total customers are with power, but there are 2 areas with active power outages. That's currently affecting 672 customers. And that is, it looks like the village at Western Oaks. That is the area that is being impacted. That's like South Oak Hill. So that's actually on the southwest side of the Austin area. If you live there and you are an Austin Energy customer, there are some pockets of power outages there. Hopefully they're able to get those back up here before too long. Okay, LCRA Hydromet. Let's see what they're picking up as far as some of the observed totals. And then we'll check in with the ATX flood site and see if we have any low water crossings that are starting to get covered in water here. We will check in with that next. Okay, so past 12 hours, rainfall totals. The biggest that I'm seeing is northwest Travis, where right there in Laga Vista, we have 1.52 inches of rainfall from the report there. 1.37 inches Cow Creek near Laga Vista. 3 miles south-southwest of Cedar Park. Here's a note from the National Weather Service. The flood advisory for northwest Travis and Williamson County, that's going to continue for another hour and a half. 1.26 inches of rain there, Big Sandy Creek near Jonestown. And then 5 miles west of Leander, we have 1.25 inches. Those are some of the biggest totals I've seen. And again, that is over northwest Travis County right now. Grace, can you punch up? I'm trying to see what Skycam is going to be better. Maybe just Cam 22 now, our regular downtown Skycam. Now that the storms have moved in, our tower cam, which is about 2,000 feet up in the air, that is now in the clouds right now. So that's not going to be, that's a better vantage point. Yeah, looking over the Capitol building from our downtown Skycam. Let's see, the ATX flood site was running a little slow the other day. Let's see if they've got that punched up. They do. And we're showing only one low water crossing that is closed, and that is in Round Rock. That is Old Bowman Road and Onion Branch Trail. So we're in pretty good shape, just with some beneficial rain here. Again, the latest from the National Weather Service is that our Severe Thunderstorm Watch, which goes until 1 a.m. Here's a look at that. This is going to be allowed to expire at 1 a.m. It's not going to be extended. So really our large hail and gusty wind threat now is pretty much winding down. Here's how we expect things to play out through the rest of this evening as far as moving things forward. Here is the current time. Yeah, and I think this model has a pretty good idea. By 1 a.m., we're looking at around the Mustang Ridge area into South Travis, and then also getting into parts of Hayes County, Wimberley, getting closer to San Marcos, also into northern Caldwell County, around the Lockhart area, into central Bastrop County, into Lee County, including Giddings. Then the leading edge continues to move down to the south, so down to the I-10 corridor by 2 or 3 a.m. Again, there could be some locally heavy rain in there, but our watch is going to be allowed to expire, so the severe threat looks very, very low. We're still going to have meteorologist Shane Hinton and meteorologist Jordan Derensberg in here, who will be watching this through this evening, just in case we get some flooding issues or in case anything changes. But the severe weather risk does appear to be greatly dwindling. It's going to take, a few more hours after the leading edge gets through, even to 4:30 to 5 a.m. We're still probably hanging on to some rain for Fayette County. But then as we get into 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and then it's going to be dry, and then we'll clear through the late morning hours. The afternoon actually looks really nice. Just to look ahead to late in the week, now that things are a little bit quieter here locally, this is our storm outlook for Friday and Friday evening. I know it says Saturday. It's because we're past midnight here. We're waiting on the new update from the Storm Prediction Center. This is the Friday evening storm outlook, and I think that Friday evening is, again, going to be pretty busy. We've got a cold front coming in, and watch this. That's likely going to develop into another big line of storms, perhaps right over the I-35 corridor, sweeping down to the southeast. Here's 8:30, 9 p.m. So this could be a factor for your Friday evening plans, especially early on, and that's going to bring another risk for severe weather. Let's see. So we'll hang on here for another little bit as these storms move through. If you guys have any questions or reports as far as what you're seeing where you live, please let us know as we just continue to stream for you here on KVUE Plus and Facebook and YouTube and all of our streaming platforms. Everything well under severe limits, but we've got some heavy rain and some lightning that's moving through. You've got that live view, as you can see on the top right of your screen, which is from our downtown sky cameras. We've got lightning moving into the metro right now. And then what you can see over here, so this is all of our Skycam network, and it's a little bit confusing with all the flashing lights there, but you can see all the lightning all across our area that we track for you. Let's see, looks like no questions as of now. I'm looking through some of my Twitter reports as well. Let's see. Brian says, this was 12 minutes ago, says big lightning in Lakeway. Yeah, lightning really right now is the thing that is most noticeable with these storms that are coming through. Let's get you the latest lightning numbers. Last week, we had a storm that was producing like 700 lightning bolts over a 30-minute stretch. These are not that electric, but certainly still big lightning producers, so we'll cue that up for you. We've got 178 lightning strikes there over Travis County right now. 178 lightning strikes. That is the latest report there, with locally heavy rain, lightning, but everything well under severe limits.
Down towards Buda with that outflow boundary.
Yeah, here I'll flip it over to Max 1 here in the double box, Grace, and you can walk folks through it. There you go.
There we go. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to highlight, we're still tracking the kind of weakening trend. So kind of anything out there that I can just, in other words, warn people about. However, these aren't going to be super crazy gusts, but if you got some wind chimes out there, if you got some trees in your yard, maybe you're hearing it kind of howl out the window at the moment. We do have that outflow boundary that's kind of, the winds come out from the storm behind it and kind of lift up, and also can create an environment for more storms to develop. And that's kind of what we're seeing out there towards Buda and even down towards Kyle at the moment. And when that outflow comes out of the storm behind it, you can see in Wimberley as well as Hayes City, they can be very gusty at times. So let's bring up our velocity. A lot of times we use the velocity parameter to show potential rotation within storms. However, obviously our tornado threat is very slim to none for the rest of the evening. However, it will pick up the potential of those winds out there from the radar. So let's kind of click around here, just kind of see 30 mile per hour, 39 mile per hour. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe a 50 mile per hour wind or a 45 mile per hour wind could be kind of within that outflow boundary that we're highlighting at the moment. So if you're in Buda, areas around Buda, you may be noting that kind of howl of the wind tonight. It doesn't look like there's any lightning for the moment in this area, but lightning kind of right behind it up there towards Shady Hollow, Oak Hill, those southern portions of Austin. My boyfriend's texting me. He's like, it's raining so hard. It's thundering so hard. And I'm like, I know. But that should be starting to, shift towards the south and east very gradually. This kind of long storm line is moving pretty slowly through the area. Thankfully, though, another thing that you can kind of note if you get the bigger picture is we're not seeing as much craziness with the widespread red feedback. We're mostly seeing kind of yellows and oranges at this time, which is just another indication that things are starting to lift up for these storms in the atmosphere. We're not seeing as heavy rainfall rates for the moment. Still very electric out there. Lots and lots of lightning. Honestly, anywhere you can look on that line, all the way up towards Tanglewood, extending down towards the Austin Metro, and even down towards Blanco, and even southward towards Bernie. Looks like San Marcos is still dry. I know someone was asking about San Marcos a while ago. You guys probably going to start to see some rain here in a little while. Again, everything is sub-severe. Maybe some rumbles of thunder, maybe a couple lightning strikes. It looks like what's riding out in front of that main storm is just kind of a line of some heavier rain there. But San Marcos, for the moment, you guys are looking at mostly dry conditions, maybe a couple sprinkles trying to work their way in there. Over towards Bastrop, McDade, Giddings, so like Lee County, Bastrop County, Fayette County, those northeast portions of Fayette County, starting to see some moderate rain in some places, but up there it looks to be pretty or more stable for that area. Hunter, you got anything?
Yeah, so we got an update from the not the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center. They have trimmed back the severe weather risk. It is now entirely southeast of our KVUE area, so just on track with what the National Weather Service here locally was saying as far as the severe weather risk really winding down and them allowing the Severe Thunderstorm Watch to end at 1 a.m. The Storm Prediction Center picking up in the same thing. They don't see a big severe weather risk for us through the rest of this evening. But again, that does not mean we are done with the rain. It's going to take a little bit longer for this rain to move through. I'm going through the KVUE emails here and seeing some of the hail pictures sent in from the Dripping Springs area. We showed you some of those on our newscast at 10 o'clock. And there's the updated storm outlook. You can see it there on Max 1 where they have moved that down closer to the coastline. We are no longer worried about severe weather here locally. And again, our watch is going to be allowed to expire. I'll put Max 2 in the box right here. And again, this is what our radar is looking like as this rain is making its way southeastward. So next up, places like San Marcos in Kyle. Getting in on the rain, we've got heavy rain right now in Wimberley for our friends in Hayes County. And then up into the Austin Metro, we've got heavy rain over much of the Metro, but now places like Northwest Travis that were the first to get in on the rain as the stronger storms developed earlier, now starting to dry out on the back side of this. And what's going to be interesting to see is I'll punch up some of the temperatures. And look at that. Austin has dropped now down to 64 degrees. It's in the low 60s out across the hill country, Mason 62. So as that cooler air comes in, that's going to come in behind the cold front. And as you can see, that has really started to limit our severe weather potential. But as we look at the instability right now, There is still instability out there south of Austin. That is why we're going to continue to have storms. I just think that the severe threat is very low. And again, as far as the tornado risk, we're no longer worried about a tornado. We've got these outflow boundaries that have gotten out from the storms. We call that the storms becoming outflow dominant. Once that happens, it's really hard to get low level circulations. And through tonight, as our instability values start to wane a little bit, this is likely, fingers crossed, knock on wood, just going to be thunderstorm activity and not severe weather that is moving into our southeastern counties, but it is still going to bring some heavy rain and some lightning for everybody as this rolls on through. Looking at our sky cams, let's see. Even our downtown Austin sky cam not looking nearly as busy as what we had earlier. The rainfall rates, even in the heaviest pockets I was looking earlier, they were say 1 to 2 inches per hour. That's not the same as some of the 3 to 4 inch per hour radar or hourly rainfall rates that we had earlier. We're now up to 0.57 inches of rain on the roof at KVUE. The rain is much lighter now, though. The instantaneous rate is just 0.35 inches per hour here at KVUE. Audrey says San Marcos is quiet. Not for much longer. Yeah, San Marcos, want to give you a heads up. I know it's been a long night watching these storms to the north, but San Marcos, you're going to get in on this rain here shortly. It's pouring rain right now in Wimberley. You can see the outflow boundary. That's going to be some breezy wind heading in. And then you're going to get into some rain there in the San Marcos area. Speaking of the breeze, wanted to punch up our wind speeds. Let's see if we've got any reports coming through here. Gusting to 25 right now in Fredericksburg. Bastrop gusting to 17, but nothing crazy. Even in the severe thunderstorm warnings we had earlier today, that was almost exclusively hail driven. I don't think that we've had any significant wind issues through today. And again, just to show you on the map with the colors and everything, you can see where the front is pushing through and it's starting to drop temperatures. This is our day one storm outlook for the rest of tonight. Again, this includes areas down along the coast. No longer worried in any sort of significant way about our severe weather threat here locally. And our severe thunderstorm watch is going to drop off of here at 1 a.m. But until then, we'll hang out with you here on KVUE Plus and just keep everybody updated. Here's a look at the areas that are under that watch. We've been talking back and forth with the National Weather Service, and they confirmed to us that they're going to allow this to drop off. Hannah says, noisy weather right now in Anderson Mill. Sylvia, getting quieter in Liberty Hill, not as much lightning as earlier. That is the trend. So again, this stuff's moving down to the southeast. So those areas like Liberty Hill, we had some hail reports earlier up around quarter size, now starting to dry out as the cooler, drier air moves in on the backside of this system. Say that again?
Lots of lightning in Elgin.
All right. Elgin up here, northern Bastrop County, absolutely. You've got some very heavy rain that is moving into your area in Elgin. Where do you guys live? Anybody watching? Give us a town name. We'll give you a localized forecast. There's the radar view for Elgin. Hope you're having a good night, Sandra.
South Austin.
Lots of lightning here in South Austin. Let's get you the radar view. Move over here into southern Travis County. Which part of South Austin are you in? So Mustang Ridge, you're going to be next up right now. We do have heavy rain from the airport to Onion Creek to Bluff Springs to Colton, Vinson, Del Valley, all of this stuff, Shady Hollow. This is heavy rain that is moving through. But again, to show you some of the rainfall rates per hour, they're just not quite as impressive as earlier. Now, still look, it's heavy rain. 1.44 inches per hour, 1.54 inches per hour, 1.91 inches. So it could be 1 to 2 inch per hour rates, but earlier we had some, 3 to 4 inch per hour rates, and that's where you get to be a little bit more concerned about the flooding potential.
Joe said he was trying to chase a tornado earlier today. It didn't happen.
Where were you chasing?
It says Marlin.
Marlin. Where is that? I need to look up where that is. We had some pretty mean-looking storms up around the Waco area. Several tornadoes, a few of those were confirmed. And then that massive hail, Grace. I mean, you showed the picture. What was that, grapefruit-size hail?
Yeah, grapefruit-size hail, softball. Even I had someone with a wiffle ball and a piece of hail, completely the same size. So wiffle ball-size hail. That's what we can put down for that severe weather report.
That is nasty.
Yeah.
You know, we had the potential. We had the hatched area for hail here locally today for a significant hail. Thankfully, we did not see anything that significant.
I can pull up those viewer photos that we...
Yeah, pull those up on Max 1, and then we'll go through those as... let's talk Smithville. Here's the situation for Smithville. The rain is moving that way, so this is just going to get started here. In the next 10-15 minutes, you're going to get into some rain in Smithville as all this stuff is sliding down your way. And again, for anybody that's joining us to see, we're still, a little over 50 viewers here. The severe weather threat, has really waned here. But if you're just now joining us, our severe thunderstorm watch is going to end at 1 a.m. But we're still going to get this rain moving through here over the next couple of hours as this kind of expands down to the southeast, and that's going to include places like Smithville. Catherine is asking about Georgetown. Georgetown, you're now moving out on the backside of this, so you're going to be, rather than waiting on the rain, Georgetown is going to be trending drier here soon. In fact, the good bulk of the rain is through Georgetown. Still some lightning closer to the Round Rock area, but the rain is going to be moving out of Georgetown here in the next 30 minutes or so. And it's rain cooled there, temperatures in the 60s. So again, things will be trending quieter for Georgetown. The tornado watch has been canceled. It was replaced with a severe thunderstorm watch, but that too will drop off here in about 11 minutes. Grace, I see you've got the hail pictures turned up. I'm going to put on Max 1. I'll let you show those to everybody. There you go.
Yeah, here's a couple of our hail reports from our area. These are all from Dripping Springs. We had a severe warning storm around 8 p.m. this evening. And obviously it was, we have seen a couple golf ball sized hail reports here sent in. Leanne Iverson, Chris Walling, and Brooke, when she is last nameless. But yeah, those are definitely golf ball size hail. You can see the ruler kind of next to the one that Leanne sent in, kind of the biggest one there. That's about 2 inches in diameter, so that's pretty significant. We were showing a little bit earlier also the Waco hail reports. I know, Joe, you were saying in the comments that you went just south of Waco. You went 35 just south of Waco, then east towards Centerville. I mean, you go probably you're definitely in the better area to be storm chasing this afternoon and this evening, because that enhanced risk definitely verified up there, a little bit better than down here towards the Austin area, but still seeing a good amount of hail for areas in Dripping Springs. Hopefully I can go to this
Joe, I want to hear about this Jeep. He says he has a Jeep that he names Nightcrawler. What kind of Jeep are we talking about?
Yeah, he seems a little bit more professional than us. He's got it all down.
If you ever want to do some storm chasing for KVUE, send me a message on Twitter. We'll get you. I'll
come with you. Strap me to the hood. Yeah, we also have our monster hail. So here's what we got from a viewer in Waco today. You can see the diameter of 4 inches. So that's that wiffle ball size I was talking about a little bit earlier. So tons of issues with hail there. Probably not great for people's insurance. Anyone who didn't put their car in the garage a little bit earlier. We can go back to our radar now, kind of switch over a little bit, kind of get a better view of exactly what's going on with the storm at the moment. Still seeing a general weakening trend. You can see, over towards the Bastrop as well as Lee County areas and extending up towards Milam County. A lot of that just kind of looking a little bit gloppy and scattered in the way it is, but so that kind of is an indication that things are starting to fall apart there. We can kind of see, that strength holding on a little bit more towards the East Travis County area. So along the I-35 corridor, for sure, some of you guys are still seeing some pretty heavy rain in that area. Starting to nod off a little bit or lighten just a little bit over towards Mustang Ridge. Not seeing much at the moment, but you can tell that heavy rain is just behind you. Kyle, down towards Buda, we were talking about that that outflow boundary you guys were dealing with a little bit ago. Buda under some heavier rainfall at the moment. Kyle kind of in a little bit of a break there, but there's some more rainfall down behind it. Joe, you're funny. Yeah, we wanna take a ride in the Nightcrawler, for sure. Our Storm Chaser doesn't even say Storm Chaser on the front. Can't even tell. Anything else out there?
Any last minute questions here? Gotta refresh my Facebook feed here.
Del Valley, so that's South Austin again. You guys are seeing some heavy rain, but a lot of that has started to kind of move on eastward. I believe Del Valley is around here somewhere. Generally, some heavy rainfall, moderate to heavy at times. And curiously, a lot of those lightning strikes have started to nod off as well, not seeing as much.
Yeah, good indication that the storms are losing a little bit of their umph and that lightning is kind of winding down. One interesting thing here I'm seeing from the National Weather Service, so we've not seen one of these in a while. They issued the strong storm advisory for this storm, which is south of Hayes County. Again, this is not in our area, but this storm down at here towards Timberwood Park, I believe, is like Comal County.
We still gotta switch over to.
Nope, my bad. Switch over to Max 2. There you go. This is the little section of storms that they gave a strong storm advisory to. They're saying penny-sized hail is possible in here. Again, this is not severe, but again, just to show you, especially along the southern tier of our area, there's still a little juice out there, still a little instability where these storms could pack a punch. But again, all indications are that our severe thunderstorm watch will be allowed to expire at 1 a.m. So that gives us another 3 minutes or so. Any last minute questions, please let us know. We'll try and get them answered for you. I've also got the YouTube chat pulled up here. We've got almost 200 people still watching us. Jake Henry says, was talking about that grapefruit-sized hail earlier in Waco, just crazy stuff. I've never seen hail even close to that size, and I hope that I continue to not see hail. Yeah. I'm trying to avoid a hail that size. At least my car is. Every time when I do severe weather coverage, so there's like a parking deck at my apartment, right? But when I get home late after the 10 o'clock, the parking deck is full and I have to park on the roof and it's not covered. And I always get worried. I'm like, this is what I get for staying at work too late. My car's not going to be protected.
Another thing about here at KVUE, we don't have any coverage. So no. I parked underneath a tree today, just, kind of crossing my fingers.
It's like maybe they'll add a little bit of extra resistance and we get hail. We have a verbal agreement with the place across the street where we can go park our cars under there if it starts to get crazy. But thankfully, that was not a big issue for us here for most of Travis County. We did have a few reports around Liberty Hill of some hail earlier, and then Dripping Springs got some pretty large hail, at least briefly earlier. Luis says, rain slowing down here in the Travis County area. Yes, it is. And here in the next 30 minutes to an hour, just got a reminder from my iPhone. It says your bedtime is set for 1 a.m. Not tonight. And here in the next 30 minutes to an hour, this rain's going to be moving down to the southeast, and for Travis County also, that's going to be winding down. All right, so that's the YouTube chat. Let's make sure we got the Facebook chat all good to go here. And then let's see, it's 12:59, so we should get this watch dropping off of here soon. Oh, but I think we have an update now on our Friday storm outlook. We do. As we wait on the watch, let me show you that. So here's the radar. I'll get you over to our now what will be our day 2. This is going to take a second to load in. I'll spoil it for you. We have an enhanced risk for far northern Burnett County, and then still the slight risk. But again, the story is they have added the enhanced risk for some portions of Central Texas and then especially areas just up to the north. It would not surprise me if that gets expanded a little farther southward and does include some of our KVUE counties. Oh, you got it? All right, your mic's up. Let me switch over to Max.
Yeah.
One.
Switching over,
There you go.
yeah, just what Hunter was saying. We have an enhanced risk for areas, well, just clipping Burnett County there, but the rest of us are going to be in that slight risk for severe storms, which is what we were in yesterday and what the majority of us were in today. So still that level 2 out of 5, but obviously, you know, within that, our threats are going to kind of vary a little bit. We're expecting, you know, what Hunter was saying earlier, kind of more of a potential for some damaging winds. With that, I think maybe potential for, you know, a couple more spin up tornado problems, but we'll have to see when things get a little bit closer to that time.
Can you see, can you go through the categorical, see what they've got? There we go.
Yeah, so we're in a 2% for that tornado risk, and then areas points north of us are in a 5% for that. And then let's see.
Yeah, what about the hail? I wonder if they've got us in the hatched
hail
area.
Day 2 for Friday.
Yep.
We are in the hatched. That excludes Bastrop, Caldwell, Lee, and Fayette County, but areas I-35 corridor and westward, we are potentially going to be seeing some hail, some significant hail. So
we've been living in the hatched area here with all these systems. So that is what we have to look forward to coming up.
See with the wind.
Friday afternoon and Friday evening.
Yeah.
There's the wind outlook.
That's for Thursday still. I don't know where the day.
Okay, so it is 1 a.m. Let's make sure this drops off. And it should drop off here momentarily. So what we're going to do, we'll just go cam 4 full here. Again, you can see the radar here. We do still have rain and storms out there, still some big lightning producers. None of this is severe. Our severe thunderstorm watch has been allowed to expire. There could still be some heavy rain and maybe some pockets of small hail southeast of Austin. We're looking at Caldwell County up next. Here's the gust front coming in. Make sure my mic is on too. Heading into Bastrop County and town in Bastrop, about to get some heavy rain into Lee County and into Fayette County as well. All of these areas we will see some more rain that will be moving through here between now and about 3 or 4 a.m. and then after that, leading edge will move through, and by tomorrow morning we will be dry, and then we will look ahead to Friday. So I think what we're going to do, just make sure we got no last minute questions here. We will, we're not going to end the stream. Paulino says, my whole family is sitting here in the living room waiting for my lights to turn back on in Taylor. Well,
Oh man.
I'm sorry. I hope they get it turned on. Again, Austin Power was, I don't know what provider you have in Taylor necessarily, but Austin Energy did have a little bit over 600 customers that were without power, so we had these big lightning producing storms, has caused some power issues. I hope it comes back on soon for you guys. We are going to drop off of here. We will leave you with the radar stream, so there's going to be no audio, but we'll switch you over to our Max 3 computer. It's going to run you through the radar through the next couple of hours. And if we need to hop back on, we will. And again, meteorologist Shane Hinton and Jordan Derensberg will be in later on tonight or this morning, I guess, and they will have you covered through this morning. But again, the main takeaway here, our severe weather threat now essentially over, very low, but we do still have some pockets of heavy rain and some lightning moving down to the southeast with these storms. So thank you guys for watching along with us. We appreciate it. We will get you back to the radar loop, and again, if anything pops up, we will keep you covered and we'll hop back onto the stream.